the foe's victory point. One of your units has been destroyed.
They flee! We run!
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
God damn it, brother. Okay. My bad, guys. Dude, I just spent so freaking long chatting up all the details about this freaking matchup, and then my mic is off. Like, my mic is on, and OBS decided to default away from it, so... God, dude. Oh... That's okay. That's a little bit rough for our first live game. And I just gave Herman a lot of really nice tips, but the big ones for him was, you know, get an actual caster on the field with some of the magic, get your Eshin Sorcerer out early if you're gonna bring him, and do Throt, and go Warp Star and, where is it, Brittlebone? Brittlebone is a really good debuff against the really expensive Dowie stuff. It ruins their melee defense, and that's one of the Dowie selling points, is really high melee defense across the board. Get some Globadiers or something in early, because then your opponent has to choose between shooting Globadiers or Doomflayers with their cannons and artillery early. And you can always build up your shooting as the Skaven behind that. You know, bring in the Natty Buboes, get a Plague Claw Catapult. These things are really good against the Dwarves. Not only do they lower leadership by a ton with the Contaminate and the damage by artillery modifier, but they also do really good damage, because they have incredibly powerful explosive damage and a really big AoE on each shot. Against tightly packed formations, these things are devastating. And they can help keep stuff like Ironbreakers from just accruing wicked value by camping objectives. Death Runners are really good here. Don't bring Triads. They're just not very good. They don't really match up well against any Dowie units. The bonus versus infantry of the Death Runners is indispensable against a faction that is mostly all slow-ass infantry, and then obviously the Weeping Blade is really good, so... I just need to make sure that you've got some of those in your build. Yeah, you can spam them, or you can throw some other stuff out. That's okay, Herman. Trust me, dude. My last couple of tournaments have been less than ideal. I've not really been doing well. It takes a little bit of time to get into the swing of things after you've had a little bit of a hiatus. You do want Rat Ogres in this matchup. You don't really want to bring too many, because the Dowie do actually have good answers to them with, like, Slayers, and just any kind of poke, really. I mean, Rat Ogres are really good for running around with, you know, your Lord or your other mobility tools, and just coming in to, like, clean up the units that are damaged by the Doomflayers as they roll past. Doomflayers are the real infantry clear in your build. Jezzails are there to get rid of Iron Drakes and poke Gyros. Plagueclaw Catapult is one of your other, like, elite Dowie infantry removal tools. And then if you want to kill, like, Brotherhood of Grimnir, to really kill Brotherhood of Grimnir, you either want to just, like, swarm them with, like, hordes of clan rats and just, like, grind them down with tons of garbage. Or, ideally, what you do is you take the Doomflayers, run over the Brotherhood of Grimnir with the Doomflayer, and then follow up the Rat Ogre to just sit on top of them. Because the Brotherhood, obviously, are an anti-infantry unit, so they can do well against a Rat Ogre. But say you hit Eshin Sorcerer, Brittlebone on top of the Brotherhood of Grimnir and lower their melee defense by 40. Brotherhood of Grimnir will still have some, but it's down to 19, and then Rat Ogres can just bash them down at that point. It's a really easy way to engage onto those guys. And then you can use Warp Star also to kind of bully them, because Warp Star does really good damage and has great penetration against infantry, especially if you side shot infantry units. This can take conceivably half of an entire, like, Dowie warrior unit out immediately just by getting a good overcast off on the side of the unit. Skaven have a lot of tools against the dwarves. I also mentioned in that game, as I was, you know, speaking, you know, silently, you know, doing my best Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton impression, That Night Runners and Gutter Runners are fine in this matchup, but what you really want to use them for, if you're going to bring them, you want to use them to poke down gyros as they're trying to get into your backline and poke your Giselles. That's the best thing you can use your Night Runners and Gutter Runners for. They're not really going to be that good at capping points early, because miners with blasting charges will just light them up, as we saw. They're pretty good at taking out the gyros. Gyros have a lot of armor, but they don't have a lot of HP. With the rapid fire that Gutter Runners and the like have, they have enough models and decent enough AP on their missiles that they can poke them down really fast. Ooh, yeah, Queek is a good option here. I do like Throt because he's really survivable. He's really hard to poke and remove early, or, you know, even over the course of an incredibly long game, Throt can stick around for the entirety of it. He doesn't really duel Dowie characters all that well. You want to use him to motor around and terror out miners and Dowie warriors. Keep him away from the elite Dowie stuff and just bully all of the crappier Dowie units, and you can utilize Throt a lot better that way. That's like a really quick rundown of what I was talking about as I was muted. I'm sure there's a few things that I'm missing out on that were nice little notes to drop, but hopefully we'll see some more Dowie and Skaven later, and we can go over it a little bit more again. Another thing, Skaven slaves in that matchup, really, really terrible because they have awful, awful cap weight. You're much better off just getting clan rats only. Clan rats are so cheap, and you can just unsummon all your clan rats that get beat up and just immediately put them back into the reinforcement pool and bring them out with their full cap weight and just outcap the Dowie in the late game. You just have to make sure that you secure at least 1 point early and force the Dowie to maneuver away from their strong points. Oh, that was the biggest thing I was talking about. You engaged against the Dowie front line, their main force on the middle point, way too early, Herman. You needed to bring out your weapon teams and poke down the Dowie formation a lot more before you took that middle fight. It's really easy to get stars in your eyes and think you can just use your Doomflayers to run the Dowie over, but you know, Dowie infantry have better mass than other factions, so they can eventually stop the momentum of Doomflayers and tar pit them to the point that they can't really escape. And then Doomflayers can like sit and grind on top of Dowie units, okay, but you really need them to be a lot more aggressive. You need to keep the Doomflayers mobile. Tourney bugged. Rip. Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, I was wondering why it wasn't working on my browser. So what's the play here then? it's it's turned into Seagull Elim. No. Oh man. Let me go see if I can help this along. Oh, okay. Otto's gonna hook us up. He's making a duplicate tournament, and he's gonna copy the results. Huge. Alright, it'll just be a few minutes, but we can grab some other round 1 games while we're waiting. We've got Tomb King's High Elves, Nurgle Coast. Nurgle Coast is actually going to be really interesting to cover. I really want to see that one. You know, Nurgle got massive buffs. Across the board, almost. I mean, they got more buffs than any other faction this patch. Tamercon got more HP and a whole bunch of other stuff. The Herald, the Lord. What the frick is he called? See, that's how rarely he's picked. I don't even remember this little guy's name. Yeah, it is the Herald of Nurgle. Herald of Nurgle got a pretty cool item in the Tormentor Sword. He didn't have this before. You can bring him on a Rotfly, and the Rotflies are actually pretty quick, and he's got pretty good stats on it. I'm actually really curious to see if anybody is able to really make this guy work with it, because he's got a bound heal. And both versions of him have Locus of Fecundity. So, like, not only can you, like, you know, heal max with this guy if you go Lore of Nurgle and the Lore passive, or just going Fleshy Abundance, but if you go Lore of Death, you still have a little bit of active healing from your Lord, and it's in a pretty big radius at 55 meters. It's just shy of a 10% heal, and it does give a little bit of vigor back to your unit. It's not like a ton, but a decent little amount. If you hit some big heals with Locus of Fecundity on a Deathcaster, you can definitely get some good value out of this guy. On both fronts, like, not just damage that he's doing, but also, being able to keep your own units, topped up a little bit. On top of having, you know, access to Tormentor Sword, which is one of the better items in the game. Like, the 9-second, snare can be a little hard to, like, fully take advantage of sometimes, but, with Nurgle having, like, access to poison and a decent amount of mass, you can definitely utilize Tormentor Sword to catch a lot of people off guard, and I just want to see if people can make him work out. I've seen people bringing Tammy, and he looks really great, as always. Epidemius got some buffs, too. His summon, the Tallyman's Blade summon, lasts so much longer than it used to. I got like 30-second, it got a 30-second increase to the time that the summon unit stays out, I believe. I think Sands of Sickness got a longer duration. I can't remember what else he got. I didn't really go through and look at the patch notes quite the same as I have in the past. We could go in, I can go and study up a little bit more, but nonetheless, Nurgle is in a really good spot now. Almost done downloading all these, by the way. And then we'll just drop them in and we'll get them going. Got Counts versus Cathay. That's going to be a good one. Already mentioned Tomb King's High Elves. There we go. There's our app data. So thank y'all, all of you who are here. Thank y'all for bearing with me through the through our very chaotic opening, as I completely forgot how to turn my mic on. We'll try and be a little bit more functional from here on out. So yeah, TL is going to be running a Tammy bill. I do want to see some Tammy action. Wait, I thought we had a Coast game in here. Oh, but this is the Coast game. Okay. Tammy, a Plague-Ridden, and then we've got all these Marauders, 3 Chaos Warhounds, and then Noxbringer. It's an interesting build to use against the Coast. I mean, the Noxbringer is actually pretty decent here. It's not usually the kind of monster you want against, like, more static gun lines, actually. It's better against skirmishers, usually.
Is as valuable to father as a fresh corpse.
But because of the way that the shots work on the Noxbringer, it's, you know, like a shotgun plague launcher. Sometimes tightly packed formations can actually be kind of hard to hit. And these more spread out handgunner units, which have a much looser formation, actually suffer from the vortex a lot more. It leaves a nasty little vortex on the ground. And it blobs the units up pretty tightly and does a lot of HP damage that way. On top of destroying the ammo, it's already taken a bunch of volleys off that one unit here. Noxbringer getting poked a little bit by the Carronade. Carronade getting a little bit of value here, and it looks like Noctilus also hit this guy. The Necrofex Colossi are honestly pretty bad at poking down single entities, because it also fires like multiple projectiles. It's really good against infantry though. Infantry and skirmish cav. Hitting the pillars a little bit. Noxbringer opening up. Another shot coming down. Pretty accurate there. Not like ideal. Definitely didn't hit quite as square as it could have. But these guys move into the vortex and take a little bit of extra HP damage there. Nurgle is going very heavy onto the high ground. They're really emphasizing this objective here. It looks like they're trying to maybe send the hounds around the flank here. But there are some Morghuls hiding in the trees here. Morghul's really good against hound-type units, obviously. The hound's going to run smack dab into the middle of the Morghuls. Are not quite. Really good retreat from TL. Great micro to immediately start pulling back. Noxbringer shots being wasted on deckhand mobs. The only thing you want to use the Noxbringer against right now is the handgunners. You don't even have to kill the handgunners. Like, getting them down to half HP is honestly perfectly fine. Because the unit's DPS is cut by a significant margin just because they've lost so many models. Losing the ammo isn't that bad, but you get all three of these units down to about half, and then you just get a swarm of Furies in, and they can just quickly finish them off. Would be the ideal here. Deck droppers are taking a bunch of damage. It's a Wind of Death going down on the Marauders and doing a little bit of damage, but the issue is that that was clearly not Overcast. The Overcast is what you want to run into the lightly armored stuff, because you get a huge amount of non-AP damage on the Overcast Wind of Death. And using it to get rid of 2 Marauders really wouldn't be that bad. I mean, it wouldn't be ideal, but using just the AP version of Wind of Death on those Marauders, really not that good. You just need more damage, because you need to actually get rid of these units for that Wind of Death to be worth it, because Nurgle has a lot of healing, right? You want to kill the units, not just damage them. So, one Fury comes in, and they do get on top of one of the handgunners, but they were a very healthy handgunner, and a gunnery mob comes out of the Vanguard spawn, and immediately opens up on the Furies, and Furies being very squishy are just not going to be able to survive through this. It is possible, though, that they've got the handgunner to a low enough amount of HP that they continue to crumble out. You know, maybe just ignore these guys and let them finish themselves off from this point on. Coast does not have a lot of passive healing like the other undead factions do. You're really reliant on Invo if you want healing for the Coast. Which is nice, and can definitely keep your handgunners alive, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Carronade getting lit up by the Fury. Carronade was getting a lot of value, too. It's got close to 1,000. It's already paid for itself, but now it's going to go down here. Noctilus is continuing to poke, but he's not doing nearly as well. The Necrofex Colossi just don't have enough ammo, and there's just not really optimal targets on the field for it to shoot. Like, shooting Marauders is not really worth it. Hound's not really worth it. Doesn't really fire accurately against the Noxbringer. And Rotflies are... I don't know. You need all of these shots to hit from the Necrofex if it's going to do good damage to monstrous units. I just don't see that being the case at shooting against a flyer, because they're just a little too sporadic to try and be targeting. Rotflies jump up into the air to get after the deck droppers. The Salt Lord Scuttlers are a really great unit. They've got some really good attributes to them, especially the armor sundering on their missile. They've got a ton of AP too, so really good at clearing out stuff like Chaos Warriors, but there's not a lot of armor in this Nurgle build, so they're a little less than ideal here. You don't really need them right now. I would have just kept them in the spawn and just gotten out more Scurvy Dogs. Because you could use the Scurvy Dogs to really wear down these Chaos Warhounds, who TL has committed quite a bit of money into, because they're 450 gold. There were 3 in the opener, which is 1350, which is a not insubstantial amount. And Scurvy Dogs massively outtrade Hounds, and a really good cap weight in their own right. They've got 4 cap weight. They can definitely assist greatly in terms of Coast actually being able to hold on to and take objectives away from Nurgle, who is probably, on the whole, I would say, better at holding points in this matchup. Every little bit counts against them. Got more deck droppers coming in. You can see Scurvy Dogs running down a bunch of Hounds here. And these Hounds are actually terror routing thanks to the Night Terrors. That's just a lot of wasted money, man. I don't hate Chaos Warhounds with poison. Hounds can definitely be good in some matchups, but against the undead, they're really bad because they do not like fighting units that cause fear, because they lose 8 leadership and they've only got 38. 30 leadership is atrocious. You're functionally working with 30 leadership on Warhounds across the board because everything causes fear. Every single unit. There's not a single one on the Vampire Coast roster that does not in some way affect their leadership negatively. You're better off just spamming Nurglings over the Warhounds. Nurglings are a much slower unit, but they're cheaper also, and they can be a really annoying tar pit. You can Vanguard summon them in large numbers and still use them for these, like, swarming flank tactics that TL has been trying to go for. Tammy and the Plague Ridden are staying alive and doing pretty well. Tamercon has been holding his ground nicely. He's got a good amount of value. The Plague Ridden has been very interesting, and, oh, he's got a Mortis engine. Does he always have this, or is this also new? I think this is new. If he had it before, I don't know why people weren't bringing him, at least semi-regularly. Noxbringer has 1 shot left, really hasn't done a whole lot. It just hasn't really been punishing the right units. Really, like I said, needed to be hitting the handgunners. The AP handgunners are one of the more dangerous units that the Coast has. 550 gold, great damage output. Just like ruinous amounts of damage. Oh, and I forgot to mention the Black Powder of Plenty. Destroying the ammo on those guys and getting that offline is really important, because it's a huge buff to their missile strength as long as their ammo is above 80%. So it's another reason why you want to spread the damage out across the board on the handgunners. Not only do you make them very vulnerable to Fury Dives at that point, where it just is a matter of seconds in cleaning them up, and you can jump your Furies back up in the air before they get punished, but also you just get rid of their the little damage boost these guys get. Plague Toads are being sent in unsupported for the most part. They're fighting near Nurglings, but they're not on the Nurglings, which is the big problem. Like, Plague Toads are a good unit. They actually can perform very admirably for you as Nurgle, because they just have good AP value, like good weapon strength on a fairly cheap unit with reasonably strong melee defense and bonus versus infantry that's high enough that they can wear out stuff that's a little more expensive than them. They do have to grind on top of stuff because they have flimsy-ish leadership. They're fairly slow and unmaneuverable once they get engaged. And the damage buffering just makes a big difference for them, because they have a decent HP pool, but on 24 models, 6,000 HP means that they can be worn down pretty fast if they're fighting on top of a bunch of stuff like they are right now. They don't have passive healing or anything, so they can be a little, they can lack durability a little bit. If you put them on top of Nurglings, though, they generally are going to be able to grind out quite a bit of value just by existing. And they still got 450 value here, despite being just absolutely surrounded by hordes and hordes of units. Noctilus got really low, but he escapes, and he just heals himself back up. With Invo, and Nurgle is in trouble. I mean, they're not out of this. Coast is pretty beat up, and they don't have a lot of shooting left on the field, actually. So this could be where Nurgle really starts to flip the game here. They've still got a very healthy Tamarcon. Noxbringer may not have been doing a whole lot for the early portions of the game, but it's got a lot of HP left. It's got one shot that it can throw down to maybe get rid of some ammo on another handgunner that comes in. And it is a big, scary single entity with good weapon strength and decent combat stats, so if you find a chance to re-engage Noctilus in melee combat, the Noxbringer and Tamarcon could beat him down into the dirt pretty quickly, because Necrofex is very weak in melee. Doesn't have a lot of damage output, melee defenses on the lower end of the spectrum. And getting rid of Noctilus is a nice idea, because while undead factions, losing leadership isn't that brutal for them, because Coast doesn't have a lot of passive healing, the crumbling effect can be pretty painful for them to deal with, especially in late game scenarios when they definitely lack any invos and access to, you know, passive healing of any kind from, like, Curse of Undeath or whatnot. The crumbling just adds up to being just slightly less powerful than, say, the standard Mortis engine from Exalted Great Unclean One, or the actual Mortis engine for the Vampire Counts, which is the 16 to 32 damage per second. Crumbling is, as you can see, 14 to 28, so if you can just get the leadership low on Coast units, do a decent amount of damage to them, you can just leave them to their own devices and just crumble out slowly. Nurgle has a double cap. They really need to make sure that they hold the number 3, and they didn't bring quite enough over here to stop the deckhand mobs from, 1, getting on the point, and 2, out-capping the much lower cap weight units that are over here. Plague Ogres only have 3 at base. They've lost a model, so they have less. Plague Toads, same, and the Nurglings do have full cap weight, but it's just 1 Nurgling. And the deckhand mobs, both have full cap weight here. So there's 10 cap weight to Nurgle's similar-ish value. I think, what, Nurgle has 8 here? No, they've got 11. And then the Night Terrors get it over the top to 13. Night Terrors need support, though. They're being left to their doom here, fighting against Plague Ogre great weapons with no support when there's the deckhand mobs right here. Vermeil passing up the opportunity to get a really nice little tar pit going. Or at the very least, just keeping the Night Terrors unengaged against this big blob of units here, and just capping this point out and then fighting on top of all of his deckhand mobs. He would have had a much better engagement over here if he had just done that. Instead, he commits the Night Terrors into a brutal losing fight. I mean, they get absolutely run over here by the Plague Ogres and those Toads and the Nurglings. And, I mean, we could see Nurgle... It's anyone's game at this point. Coast doesn't have incredible presence on the battlefield, and Nurgle is definitely going to have a mobile advantage because they can just bring out faster units. But if these Scurvy Dogs are able to take the Chaos Warhounds down and then cap this number 1 objective, Nurgle moving up onto this number 2 and scrapping over the number 3 is going to end up working against them pretty horribly because they don't have the cap weight advantage on either of these points right now. Furies are coming in, chipping down some fell bats and some bomber bats, I believe they were finishing off there, but you know, no cap weight on Furies, and we've seen quite a few come in over the course of this game. And I think TL is making a very common mistake that everybody makes at some point, where you're getting into this late game scenario where you need fast units on the field and you need DPS. But you're behind on the caps, and that's what really counts here at the current moment. And you're killing units with these Furies, but your opponent is just slowly advancing like waves of garbage underneath onto the points that you are not able to effectively kill in time. I do worry that Nurgle might not be able to outcap the coast here. They're doing a really good job of reinforcing these points. But now they're getting a lot of their units intercepted before they get up on the number 2. And Nurgle still has time to win on a 2 cap. If they take the number 2 objective here, Nurgle could walk away with the win, and they're intercepting at the Plague Ridden. Plague Ridden's been doing a lot. The Furies land on top of the gunnery mobs and actually are killing them fairly quickly, too. Plague Ridden gets hit by a big volley from the handgunners, though, and he's going to be going down here, which is painful. But I think they delayed enough, indeed they did, to give Nurgle time to cap this number 2 objective. Oh, and I think they might even be able to eventually muscle the number 3, so the coast cannot just rest on their laurels over here. They're still having to commit units up onto this point to try and hold it. This is a scurvy dog up onto the number 1 objective over here time. They really needed those scurvy dogs to stay alive and grab this objective, but they lose the hounds. And now Nurgle, with their 2 cap, looks to be in the winning position. They finally overtake the coast here. Noctilus is going for the high ground objective, but Tamarkan is not far behind, and Tammy has 2,800 value, which is kind of insane. He's just been taking on all comers, man. He just does not care at all. That Nurgle's favored son and the Black Cleaver, those buffs are just so strong. Like, the self-buff with Nurgle's favored son is definitely nice for Tammy. The Black Cleaver, though, is where the real money is, because it just lasts for ages, and it affects everything in a huge radius around Tamarkan. Really nice to see Nurgle taking a win here. Able to outgrind the undead in the late game and get a pretty signature win here. That battle of attrition ultimately playing out in their favor. I don't like the Warhounds. I would just cut those. Literally anything else. Some more Plague Bearers would be really nice. Plague Bearers are really good at wearing out just hordes of deckhand mobs. And if they do manage to engage onto a handgunner, even if they get shot up pretty badly, even if they get shot up pretty badly on the way in by handgunners, as long as the bearers have like half HP thereabouts, they have far and away superior stats, and they can grind down handgunners at that point. Furies did really well. They actually were pretty high impact for the most part. They finished off a lot of the gun units. Plague Toads got some good value. The Plague Ogre great weapons were doing alright. Rotflies at 2,200 here. Did not expect to see that. They were bonking a lot of Bomber Bats in the air. The Bomber Bats were awful here for Vermeil. He did not protect these well at all. He kept throwing them forward without coverage from the gun units. And then the Furies or the Rotflies are just running them down repeatedly, and they're not inexpensive. Deck Droppers are fairly cheap, but the Saltlord Scuttlers are up there in price. They're like 800 gold thereabouts, and they came in multiple times and just died horrifically multiple times, so it's a lot of value to bleed there. And the Mournguls didn't do all that well either. Very low impact Mournguls, which is kind of surprising. Rot Knights never came in. They're very much like, you know, bring them in if you really need them against, like, some very strong positions like Mournguls or whatnot. Ignoring them and bringing out the cheaper stuff was definitely the right call in that game, though. Dude, honestly, I think that Nurgle might be a top tier faction now, after the buffs, because I've been seeing them win some matchups that previously were pretty grim for them. There's more round 1 replays. We got started off a little slow. I muted myself somehow, like a total bozo. Although that was more of OBS's thing. I don't have myself muted on OBS, it just swapped my microphone off for some reason. I don't know why it does that. It's very frustrating. Already watched this game. Let me delete the replays that we've already covered. Alright, let's watch some Tzeentch. It's been a while since we've seen our very chaotic, mysterious boys. Meat's running a really cool Cathay build. Grand Cathay is a very odd faction. I see everybody play them a little bit differently. Meat is going for double Longma, Celestial General. He's probably on his, whatchamacallit. Oh, he's not on the Celestial Lion. He's on the Longma, actually.
Today I'm appointed by the Celestial to head his armies. So fight hard, survive, and one day it may be you who is standing here.
I mean, honestly, the Celestial General in the Longma is not bad. You just see him on the Lion more often because it's got a leadership bomb and ITP aura removal effect, which tends to be a little bit better than just having him on the other flyer. Most of the time you either see him on the Lion or on horseback. But kind of cool to see him doing something different here. Exalted Flamer actually just killed a Longer Rider immediately. Really nice damage out of this thing. Exalted Flamers are one of the best Tzeentch units. By far, absolutely adore these things. It definitely needs to be kept safe from the Crane Gunners, though. They're very squishy. They don't have a lot of HP. The Phys Res is nice, but, you know, not the most in the world. Just keeping it back for now is the right call. Oh, but it's trying to creep back forward, and it's just nailed by the Crane Gunners again. Just keep it on the high ground for now. And work on getting these chariots down onto the low ground, and maybe just overrunning the Cathay army here. They've got mobility for sure, but they really don't have much coverage for the Crane Gunners. You can see one Crane Gunner actually gets a little too far forward, and the Zangors engage onto these guys. And Longmas do not have the kind of damage output to be able to peel multiple Zangors off these guys. Crane Gunners are pulling back, though, and the Jade Warriors are here, and there's enough of them in front of the Zangors to intercept the majority of the models. So the Crane Gunners take some unnecessary damage, but they're somewhat healthy still, and a good dodge on the Searing Doom. A little bit of chip damage on both those units, but nothing serious. Longmas, though, getting worn out and getting nailed by the Blue Horror Fire. Blue Horrors actually do have some decent damage output with their shooting. They don't have a lot of ammo, but they've got enough to be able to usually get close to their value back, depending on what they're shooting at in the early game. And they're not that great in melee combat, but if they get close to like 300, 350 value, they can move in and just fight in melee and wear some stuff out and get about 500 value back, and at that point, more or less, you're in a pretty good position because your opponent's just occupied fighting on top of this really annoying little monstrosity. Shrieking Skyrays getting on top of the Longer Riders. Let's see who wins this head-to-head. Wow, Longman's already taking the shields down, getting some good HP damage. Yeah, gonna disengage. I don't know if they needed to, honestly. The way that they were doing there is pretty damn solid. Well, I guess that was a lot of the charge bonus that they have, doing most of the work. On Onyx Chroman, definitely the much better unit to replace with. Fury's coming in, though, to support the Shrieking Skyrays. Let's see how the aerial fight plays out here. Joe is doing reasonably well right now, but a lot of his units are getting punished by these Searing Dooms. They've been very well placed by the Alchemist. Gets a really nice one there. Oh, he's got double Alchemist. Right? What the hell's going on here? Oh no, the Chaos Sorcerer dropped a Searing Doom on his own guys. I don't know what Joe was thinking there. I think he was panicking with his spell casting. I think he may have accidentally used Searing Doom instead of Plague of Rust on the Celestial General. He might have been trying to use a Plague of Rust and then clicked Searing Doom and bombed his own guys, because that was definitely not the Alchemist dropping that first one. It's very unfortunate. Good army ability. I mean, it does a lot of damage to this one Jade Warrior Halberd. Other one gets beat up a little bit. Crane Gunners, though, looking semi-healthy. You got one unit here with 22 models left. They're dropping down some hot fire. They're doing pretty decent work, but Cathay is lacking on the objective front. They don't hold a single point. Tzeentch is reinforcing fairly well, and they're not that far behind in the value. And this Exalted Flamer surviving is big business for Tzeentch. They've run down the Longmas. The Longmas could not finish this thing here. It gets one more decent shot off against the Jade Warrior Halberds, but Crane Gunners find it yet again. Good micro on the Crane Gunners, trying to finish this thing off. It's going to get one more shot off here at the very least. Takes a couple more Longmas out, and the Furies are going to get in, and they're going to eat the majority of the damage, and the Shrieking Skyrays probably finish these Longmas off, and that does indeed look to be the case. Crane Gunners are doing God knows what here. What is going on with these guys? Opening up. Yeah, shooting the Exalted Flamer again. It got just enough barrier to buffer a little bit of that damage. Gets a shot off on the Peasant Horseman. Does a little bit of work. Nothing too crazy. Takes a few models down. Looks like it's going to be on the way out, though. Is that the last shot? Yeah, definitely the last shot there. Crumbles out as it takes enough damage to finally be finished off. Tzeentch is well ahead on the objectives, but finally looking to be out of steam here. And yeah, Cathay is very beat up, but I think they've got just enough left on the field to be able to close this out. I think your best bet for winning this game is Tzeentch is trying to find a way to finish the Celestial General here. Chaos Sorcerer Lord does have Final Transmutation. Maybe there's enough in the bank to be able to throw that down and finish him off. And the Alchemist is being run off the field, and then you would just have a bunch of Peasant Horsemen, semi-squishy Onyx Crowmen around. Ooh, but the Cynagors getting sandwiched here is a disaster. Cynagors of Tzeentch are crazy expensive at 1,200 gold. And a Peasant Horseman and an Onyx Crowman surrounding them and taking a lot of their HP off here already. But a Fury comes in from the other side, gets on top of the Onyx Crowman, and is very quickly wearing them down. Anybody's game still. I would give a slight edge to Grand Cathay as of right now. Jade Lancers are on top of the Zangors. The Iron Hail Gunners are poking, but a couple Zangors here are poking away at them. Still beating up on them. They are going to break, though, and the Iron Hail's barely hanging on with that leadership right now. Might actually want to try and get your Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch on top of the Iron Hails, just to break them off the field, because they are really close to breaking. And then you can use your Javelins to just absolutely annihilate these poor Iron Claw warriors. Iron Claws are a good unit, but they lack heavy armor. And stuff like Javelin Horsemen are kind of the perfect counter to those guys. These guys also imbue Flame Weakness and lower armor by 10. So they get a nice set of self-buffs for working these guys down. Now, Iron Claws are 1,200 gold. They're very expensive, so definitely would be kind of painful to see them getting torn up and torn down here. Marauders over here should just move up on this point. There's nothing defending it now. The Iron Claws have moved off. You can get these guys up there and just start slow capping that objective. You got a very healthy Zangor on the number 2. You can definitely use them and the Horsemen to continue locking this down. It's time to swap the Javelins over onto the Tiger Claw Warriors, though. Really need to get rid of those guys. Crane Gunners are poking. They've got 1,500 value. They've been very nice here. Now, Alchemist did rally, so a little bit of magic left for Cathay. Done a really good job of dropping Searing Doom so far this game. Fury's landing cleanly on the crane gunners and not quick enough on the counter charge to get rid of these guys. But a beautiful Searing Doom going to come in here. Good pullback, though. And the barrier saves the Furies from taking enough damage to probably get them to crumbling. They do break the leadership on the crane gunners as well. More Furies coming in. Not a lot of cap weight, though. Oh, man, this could be the mistake that costs Tzeentch the game. They are pretty desperate for units, but again, summoning these Furies out, you know, in the late game could be the mistake that you don't think you're making in the moment. They're just really flimsy. Furies are really a fire and forget type unit. You want to get them on the right kinds of targets to very quickly wear out high-value missile pieces. They're really not good at trying to grind any of these Cathay units down. Like, Ironclaw Warriors are a little vulnerable to Furies, but they've got reasonable melee defense to throw in against these guys. And Tzeentch Furies don't really have ideal melee attack for engaging on top of them. And then Jade Lancers have always been one of the best answers for Furies on the Cathay roster, and they've got plenty of those guys on the field now. Peasant Horsemen are out in numbers too. And despite having the expendable trait, they still have full cavalry cap weight, so they are able to clean up the Marauder Horsemen, push the Marauders off, and just fully lock this point down. Reverse triple cap coming in here. Tzeentch does not have much on the field. They're trying to rally up enough units, and that Celestial General being alive is making a big difference, and I just don't know, man. If Tzeentch is able to get, God, they just don't have any supplies. I don't think the Longbow is really all that useful here. I mean, they're okay. I guess they can cycle charge the rear of Forsaken a little bit. Bonk them a little bit. The Blue Horrors are not really an ideal target for Longbows. I mean, got good armor and a good charge bonus against these very lightly armored demons, and the Phys-Res is not that great. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, pretty limp-wristed charge there from the Longbows. I just prefer Jade Lancers here. I mean, even if you have to wait a little bit longer to get like a couple of Jade Lancers on the field, I think it's worth the time. And then maybe like a Halberd Warrior in the interim to go slow push the number 2. You've got plenty of time, even if Tzeentch were to cap one of these points. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Just need to intercept their reinforcements before they get up here, because they're going very heavy on the ground now. They don't really have the mobility to support their push up onto these objectives now. You can see the peasants getting in here and doing some great work. Longbows, yeah, just getting worn out. I mean, I don't know, man. They're just not that good of a unit. They've done okay this game. I just still vastly prefer anything else. Just for the price point, Longbows are not that strong. If Longbows had better, like, stats, like if they were in the mid-40s on melee attack and melee defense, they'd be good, but because they lack AP and they're in the mid-30s for the most part, they just need a lot of support. And they're just very hard to utilize. I don't like them. The ROR one is okay. But really the best thing that Cathay can do is either go really heavy onto single entity cheese, or just swarm out. Lots of Peasant Horsemen, lots of Jade Lancers, lots of Onyx Crowmen, a few Jade Warriors here and there just to protect your shooting positions with Crane Gunners or Jade Warrior crossbows. And you just try to make it happen that way. Ironclaw Tiger Warriors beating up with the Forsaken right now. Forsaken do have some really good value, though. They did clear one of the other Tiger Claw Warriors just a little bit ago. Triple cap is still in full effect. You got a very healthy Jade Lancer out on the field now. You can see how much better they're doing against the Blue Horrors than the Longbows were. Just have more models and just pile into combat a lot better. Longma's getting a little bit of value against the Zangors and the Blue Horrors. They've done okay being out here on the field. Really, though, like I said, there's just better things you could have thrown out here. Probably was waiting for these Jade Lancers. You can see them coming in big numbers now. I think the infantry would have been better for the slow push anyways. You can equal the numbers of the Blues across the board just by bringing in Jade Warriors who have decent enough armor and shields to be able to outlast the shooting. And then the Jade Warriors probably just grind these guys down in melee anyways. It's a much slower strategy. You probably lose a point. That probably, you know, would have made me very antsy. Could have put him in a bad spot. I don't know. It's working out. That's the long and the short of it. Every little bit counts. And I think Cathay has just a little bit more that counts here in the late game over Tzeentch. Tzeentch is just not grabbing the objectives here. He's spreading out his forces a lot, too. He keeps getting, like, big swarms of infantry, and then they just get picked off one by one. The best thing you could do if you get reverse triple capped and you don't really have much on the field is just save up a bunch of money, summon a big wave of stuff in, concentrate all of it onto one objective, and then try to get your mobility out to work down the other points as you hopefully try to even up the value on the objective that you send the majority of your forces to. Tiger Claw Warriors against Zangors. Zangors have been doing pretty well here. Respectable value on the one here. The other not doing nearly as hot, but still persevering okay. Shrieking Sky Rays poking down the Jade Lancer over here. It's a shame that Screamers aren't a better unit. Even the Shrieking Sky Rays are pretty mediocre. The thing about the Shrieking Sky Rays that makes them good is that Lamprey's Bite does pretty good damage to low armor stuff. You can get some pretty good value out of this against a lot of different factions. Them just purely grinding in melee combat, though, is usually not going to get them much value at all, because they just have really poor stats, and they're very reliant on the bonus versus large for their damage output, so they're highly specialized. But they don't really uptrade too well. Even into, into higher quality units, they get outstatted oftentimes. And then against, like, cheap chaff type stuff, like Peasant Horsemen, they get surrounded and just worn down that way. And that's kind of been their death sentence here in this game, seemingly. Zangors getting up on the high ground objective, but it's just a little too late. Cathay is able to close this one out with the reverse triple cap. Good scrap, though. How do you win this one as Tzeentch? Probably needed the Knight's Immolation needed to come in over the Shrieking Sky Rays. Like, just banking up and getting these guys out would have been huge. Because your opponent went double Longma, and the Knight's Immolation are a really, really good anti-large unit against stuff like Longbow Riders. They've got superior stats, they've got crazy high armor, they've got the overshield. I think they have more HP as well over Longmas, as long as they're not just completely isolated in a 2v1. They should be able to just mirror the Longmas and just crack them open. And then Knight's Immolation, I just want to check the... Yeah, 1350 for Longmas. And then the Knight's Immolation are 1700, so the price point isn't even that far off. Like I said, crazy high leadership, great armor. Yeah, they do, in fact, have more HP. The hell's Cathay? There they are. Oh, the Longmas have slightly more HP, but the Overshield, I think, makes up for that plenty. Better stats, charge bonus is reasonably high. Searing Torrent's really good at clearing out Jade Warriors and just any infantry at all, period. This does a crazy amount of damage. It does have to recharge in melee combat. It's only a 60-second cooldown, though, and if you're utilizing the Knight's Immolation correctly, it's actually pretty easy to get all your Searing Torrents off. You just want to cycle charge with them as much as possible and only leave them in prolonged fights when they have Fury or some Stringer support against non-AP units. Which Cathay is very reliant on non-AP stuff. Like I said, Peasant Horsemen, Jade Lancers, and Onyx Crowmen are their best units, just period. You're always going to see those three. They just absolutely annihilate Peasant Horsemen. They grind pretty well against Jade Lancers. And then Onyx Crowmen they can also really just absolutely crush. And they don't have to fight Tiger Claw Warriors. They just Searing Torrent these guys to death. Severed Claw might have been a good idea also. Yeah, Severed Claw is one of the coolest RORs in the entire game. Absolutely insane durability on those guys. If your opponent makes the mistake of trying to grind on top of them, get absolutely crushed oftentimes. They fight okay against infantry too. Severed Claw are one of those Severed Claw are one of those units that's just really nice to utilize as a newer Tzeentch player, because they're so stable. Your opponent either has to completely avoid them and they get to just happily hold an objective for you, or, like I said, your opponent potentially makes the egregious error of trying to grind them down and potentially doing it the wrong units, and they just farm insane value off of your opponent's units. Pelusa Peruviana and Lord Lady Gaga. Epic names. And two people I've never seen play before, so we'll see how they do. I don't like artillery against the undead. Although here you've got Vlad, so you don't have like a easy way into the backline to just drop zombie summons on the artillery. The reason I don't like artillery against counts is because they have zombie summons for pretty much all their lords, and if they don't have zombie summons, then they can drop down, like for the Strugo Ghoul King, either Crypt Ghouls or Crypt Horrors. Any of those summons just makes artillery crews absolutely miserable because they can't shoot. They have awful stats. Even zombies can grind down a Fire Rain Rocket Battery crew. And there's not really a good way to peel summons that the counts throw down, because they can just summon them right on top of you, right? Like, you don't get to do your usual defending shenanigans to protect your artillery that Cathay is usually pretty reliant on if they bring stuff like Fire Rain Rockets. Usually, if you're going to play Cathay and you're bringing artillery, you can rely on just Peasant Long Spears or Jade Warrior Halberds to just sit back here, give the Harmony buffs to artillery while they farm value in the early game. And if your opponent tries to dive the artillery, then you can just bring out your Jade Lancers and shooting and just absolutely ruin your opponent's day. But like I said, counts don't have to worry about that nearly as much. Good damage on zombies and all this other garbage that's being thrown up here. You know, the Unholy Lodestones are going to heal a little bit of this damage, but nothing too crazy. It's also kind of nice to be able to punish the Sternsmen for their fire weakness here. Like, the armor on the Sternsmen is definitely helping to keep them upright. And Fire Rain Rockets don't have great AP values, but you don't really need the AP against the zombies and the Skeleton Spears, right? And then the Sternsmen still take 20% more damage, so it does kind of make up for the lack of AP here. Man, oh man, the Sternsmen are getting ruined right now. Dropping a bunch of models, too. No Harmony on the Fire Rain Rocket Batteries anymore, but they're still hitting fairly consistently here. Their fire rate is respectable regardless. They fire every 19 seconds. With the Harmony reload skill that they get, I think it goes down to what? 17 seconds, I think? Maybe it's 16 seconds. I can't remember exactly. I should have checked that at the beginning, but Nonetheless, you've got a pretty nice amount of damage going off here for Cathay. Beautiful Wind of Death. That is an overcasted Wind of Death right there. Just absolutely doinking these poor Jade Warrior crossbows. Yeah, Fellbats landing on the Fire Rain Rocket crew. Vargeist could get in here and rout both of these Jade Warrior crossbows right now. And while one side of the Vampire Counts formation has been pummeled pretty severely, we've got the middle point being very firmly held by the Hero Squad. You just got Vlad and the White Kings fighting together. They're going to be able to wear down most of these Peasant Long Spears and Jade Warriors with no problem whatsoever. Counts just need a little more cap weight out on the field. They've got a Skeleton Spear holding the number 1. Cathay is triple cap for now, and yeah, you just can't let this happen, dude. I mean, this is a disaster. Fire Rain Rocket Battery gets overwhelmed by Fellbats. This is another thing that makes it hard to defend those crews. Like, not only are there zombie summons, but 375 gold Fellbats can actually kill artillery crews very efficiently because, yeah, their melee attack sucks, but these crews have 6 melee defense. And then 45 melee defense really is pretty solid. They're great at landing in, and as long as they don't get crushed in a counter charge, Fellbats are really good at holding and continuing to tar pit the peel units. Vargeist are causing serious problems. They just caused fear around the Jade Warrior crossbows, and both those units who got hit by the Wind of Death are routing this other Jade Warrior crossbow. I'm not sure what happened to it, but it got worn down, and it's running too. They routed the other Fire Rain Rocket Battery crew, and the DPS is just completely offline for Cathay at range now. And they had a value lead early, but this is like the classic breaking point for whether you're going to beat the undead or not. Do they have corpse carts? If yes, and they've got their like Cryptars and Vargeist on the field, and they're getting passive healing from those corpse carts, and they're starting to equal the value on you, you're in real danger, because they're always going to be able to outgrind you in the late game, especially if your shooting is getting beat up. More Nangao grenades coming in. I don't think Nangao Grenadiers are a very good unit. People experimented with them when they came out, and they just were nothing. They're a nothing unit. The debuff is not that good. Their DPS is very low. Like, yeah, you can blow up some zombies. That's great. You can already blow up and clear zombies with Dragon Breath and your crossbows and blah, blah, blah. You know, you really need Heaven's Flash to get some big debuffs to really be worth anything, and I just don't see that happening against the Counts. You're, like, using it on, like, blobs of zombies and other garbage for the most part. Maybe you're lucky and you can hit a Vargeist with it. And even then, like, your opponent can always disengage, because Vargeists are very quick. Dire Pack and the Vargeist are causing a lot of problems here. Vargeists have already paid for themselves. Vlad, with 1100 value, doing pretty well. He's getting on top of the Grenadiers. He's also helping stuff back a lot of reinforcements off this middle point. Cathay is recrewing their artillery. One artillery crew is still not back on their arty piece. They're way more beat up, and their leadership is very, very low. I think even just like a Dire Wolf getting on top of them would immediately rout them here. Dire Pack haven't done much. They're going to get on top of the Peasant Archers, though. Oh, I thought this was a crossbow unit, but nope. 15 armor Peasant Archers, perfect target for the Dire Pack here. Dire Pack are an anti-large unit, but they're still a pretty effective Hound, and yeah, in a good fight. Going to grind these guys down pretty quickly. Then they can just move around and probably clean up the artillery crews. This artillery crew immediately routes that leadership, looking real flimsy, and they're just not having a good time. Fire Rain Rocket going to be able to get some shots off, but a lot of the oh, actually, they're not even on the artillery. There's only one, oh, there's 2 Fire Rain Rockets that are back online. 2 of the others are destroyed. Wait, what's going on here? There's 3 alive, but they're only crewed on 2 of the models. They should have gotten on all 3 of them. I don't know why they're not. It's really weird. Like, actually very bizarre. I mean, it is firing. There's that at least. Yeah, good impact against the Graveguard here, but the problem, again, is the triple cap and Cathay's, like, lack of success in melee. I mean, they're just not going to win a grind against the Counts with Cryptars and Crypt Ghouls and very tattered Sternsmen, but, you know, Sternsmen nonetheless on the point. They just don't have the ability to out-duel the Counts on these points. There is only one Corpse Cart alive. Corpse Carts are really easy to resummon. I mean, they're only 500 gold. Takes them ages to get where they need to, but even with just one strong point on the objectives here, Counts can always reinforce the high ground with some Crypt Ghouls, Crypt Horrors, or Vargeist, or Dire Wolves, or Dire Pack, or whatever they need. And then they can just continue to throw out Skeleton Spears to hold with their heroes. The heroes are just so good for the Counts, man. White Kings are crazy. Love them to death. Super, super awesome foot heroes. Oof. Brutal Constellation of the Dragon there. Massive damage going down on those Skeleton Spears, but it's a pretty expensive spell to be throwing out against a bunch of cheapo infantry. And you gotta consider that they only killed a few models out of each of these units, and the Corpse Cart cannot resurrect models, but, you know, that passive healing over time, and see, it's adding up. It's 4 HP, or 5 HP, really, per second, which isn't amazing, but it's going to keep them on the field for quite a while longer, even as they're crumbling out. That's the real benefit of the Corpse Carts. It really helps the Vampire Counts to kind of ignore the crumbling effects. Like I said, for Vampire Coast, for example, being in a late-game situation like this, they'd be losing out pretty hard against Cathay. While the Counts, yeah, maybe they're slowly losing the number 3, but they've been holding for so long in the objectives. By the time you cap this side point as Cathay, you're going to be in a real awkward position trying to cap the other 2 points before the game is over. Like, they just now are flipping this number 3. They've been fighting over this all game, too. And the Cryptors over here have been awesome. They've just been out doing work of the work of Nagash here this entire match. Blood Knight on the middle objective, not that they're really needed here. It's not really much for them to fight. They can fight these Jade Lancers now, I guess. They can always rear charge and cycle charge the crossbows and the Jade Warriors. Artillery is a no-no.
Have been bested. There is only defeat.
Range tools in general are really hard to protect against the Counts, and you can see it in action here. One Fire Rain Rocket paid for itself, the other didn't do much at all. Nangar Grenadiers didn't do anything. Peasant Long Spears, they did okay. Crossbows also didn't do a whole lot. It's just rough out here, man. I do think Cathay actually has a good matchup against the Counts, but what they really want to go for is Spell Amp shenanigans. What I've seen Daniken do in the past against Counts is... there it is. Shugengon Lord with Lore of Yang. Dragon's Breath is the only spell. I can't remember if he brings Scales of the Celestial Court or not. I think he has a guy running around on horseback. Yeah, I think he does bring Scales of the Celestial Court. And then he goes double Alchemist, and he cuts everything off the Alchemist. Except Searing Doom. Searing Doom is amazing, so... what you do is you use Searing Doom to wear down Graveguard and any cavalry of any kind, and just blobs of Counts units in general. These guys both have Mastery of the Elemental Winds, so they get 15% spell mastery. So you get 130% spell mastery, I think, with all three of these guys out on the field. If I'm not mistaken, maybe it's 145%. Let me actually go to land battles and just check this. Because I can't remember the way that mastery stacks. I just need to see. But the idea is you just get as much mastery as you can. And you just absolutely annihilate everything that the counts throw out in the early game by utilizing the cheap magic. I mean, you can really punish the counts effectively with this setup because they want to blob, and all of these spells are really good against blobs of either garbage or elites.
Ready to rule.
I'm gonna start the battle.
Remember your training. Our
Why
ranks
is this
must
not
fight as
stacking?
one. We shall prevail.
Oh, there we go. Okay, the intensity is just not showing on the little spell mastery tooltip. But you can see it here. Yeah, intensity 130%.
Horn of dragons.
If you really want to add a Woojing War Compass, you can do that, because it also has some bound spells that can be pretty good against the counts.
Shogun sorcerer.
And what you want to do to build around these guys is just go for, you want to go for a fairly immobile opener. As Cathay, you want to get up on one point with a bunch of, like, Jade Warriors, some, like, couple Peasant Long Spears, some Halberds. I've actually seen Danny go with Celestial Dragon Guard before as well. So they got really good armor, and they actually are pretty strong if you're stacking lots of harmony effects on them. I think what Danny prefers is the Jade War Drum. But you could do the Woojing War Compass, because it does have, like, 2 Comets and 2 Celestial Lightnings, and gives 1 more boost to Elemental Winds, so you get up to 145% at that point. I think he... Which one does he go for? I think he just goes for a regular War Drum. What you want to do is just keep your War Drums on Disdain of the Dragon Emperor, because this is just by far the best of the buffs. It gives ITP to your Jade Warrior, everything around it. It doesn't have to be a Jade Warrior, it's everything. And this ITP just makes it so that you're immune to the fear, you're immune to the terror. Your opponent is engaging onto a bunch of fairly gnarly units, and they're getting huge buffs to melee attack, and then also melee defense, because you're getting the benefits of Harmony Amplifier, and this thing gives yin and yang harmony. So it supports everything around it, which is awesome. Really, really awesome. You do kind of want Strength of Yang here. You know, usually it's not the best passive in the world, but because you're kind of playing more of a blob style against the counts here, you've got the armor piercing and base weapon damage buff to everything around you if you're positioning correctly. Got all of this stuff. I actually think, no, don't go with the Peasant Long Spears. Yeah, I'm remembering now. It was Jade Warriors. I don't think he brings any Halberds. I do recall him bringing crossbows, I think without the shields. You just go for that, and then you bring in just like hordes of Jade Lancers, some Peasant Horsemen, Onyx Crowmen. I can't remember if he goes 3 or 2. I'm trying to recreate this off the top of my head. I don't remember if he brings Moonbird in this matchup or not. I don't think he does. You just go for, like, lots of armored units, basically. just to, like, persevere through stuff, and you just try to keep the Celestial Dragon Guard on objectives and fighting against any Grave Guard that might come out that you can't punish with Searing Doom. And you use all your mobility to control the other objectives, because if you just swarm out with enough Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen, and are careful about your engagements and just poking down Cryptars with crossbows, same with Vargeist. Vargeist and Cryptars are like the two units that your Alchemist and your Shugengan Lord can't kill with magic. As long as you can keep these crossbows firing to some degree over the course of a long game, Counts have a hard time dealing with Cathay, because Cathay can actually counter blob, utilizing a strategy like this, because you can't really, surround Cathay the way you want to with all your zombies and stuff without getting punished by Dragon Breath. And then if you're Grave Guard or engaged, then the Searing Dooms are just absolutely laying waste to them. They got like 2,100 gold, maybe you only need like 3 of the crossbows, and then, I don't know, you can do like some more Jade Warriors, like a Celestial Dragon Guard or something, and, I don't know. Maybe find a way to get the Grace of Kuai Yin in here, actually. Yeah, Grace of Kuai Yin would be pretty good here. It's because you've got heroes that you can throw into the middle of Graveguard to, like, blob them up, and then you can use the AP Grace of Kuai Yin with their Mark of Yin to just absolutely blast any Graveguard into oblivion. Because these guys, as long as they're not shooting into the silver shields on Graveguard, will just truly shred through them. And your opponent's going to have to commit heavy units onto the Grace. That's when you can swarm out with your mobile elements and really punish. I don't know what you do with the last, like, 1,900 gold. Just mix and match and try and do something as you see fit. Probably want to avoid the Longmas, and maybe want to avoid too many Celestial Dragon Guard. You don't want to be too slow, but you also don't want to go too heavy into Peasant Horsemen. I mean, you definitely want a couple, because they are really cheap, good cap weight. They can be thrown out at a moment's notice to, like, just force your opponent to summon Crypt Ghouls out onto side points, and then you can bring Jade Lancers over to punish Crypt Ghouls. I would say this is like the bones of your army, and then you can use the last 1,500 as you see fit. Maybe a Moonbird. I mean, Moonbird can really wreck lots of stuff with Moonflare. It's just more blob punish. Being able to punish Count's blobs is really the most important thing you can have. What's up, David? How you doing, man? Alright, let's get into some round 2 and 3 games. We've definitely gotta have them by now. We gotta go, yeah, over to this tournament. We got all the round 1 games here. Yep, perfect. And we even got a few round 3 games done already. So we're gonna watch some of the matchups that we haven't seen yet. Well, we do have another Skaven versus Dowie match. I really want to watch this one specifically because, you know, the first game that we spectated, I muted myself and it was Skaven versus Dowie, and I made, I did talk a lot about what the Skaven player kind of did wrong to lose to the Dwarves. It's a really Skaven favored matchup. It's probably one of the more uneven matchups in the entire game. Just kind of need to know what to bring. Skaven Dowie can be a little samey in terms of the units picked. It is still really fun to watch, though. Even if the Skaven player is going, like, you know, really sweaty Dowie counters. Just really want Dowie to get a good DLC, man. They desperately need some new units. So yeah, let's watch Welsh Lion here. Great Tomb Kings player, Going up against Meat Not Included. You know, Meat won a tournament, I believe, with, it was with Chaos Dowie. He's been working on Grand Cathay for a while now. He's been in and out for a little bit. We'll see how he does here. He's got, Bathsheba. I think Bathsheba has all of her, items, too. Which is exciting. First time I've seen, Meat bring a pretty wide Cathay build. Usually he goes fairly elite. But here he's got double cannon, he's got lots of halberds, lots of Jade Warriors, and some crossbows. And Bathsheba has Heaven's Gate and Hidden Huntress. So what does she not have? I can't remember all the stuff she has. You don't see her picked very often. It's going to be very cool to see her here, though. She is really strong. I actually do think Bathsheba is one of the nicer Cathay Lords right now. Especially paired up with the Tiger Warrior casters. I can't remember what they're called. It's not the Sawai. The Claw Speakers. That's what they're called. They've got some pretty nice support stuff for her. A life Claw Speaker is actually probably about the best thing you can use to support Bathsheba, because he's got a bound ability that can heal any Tiger Warrior unit. You don't even have to bring him to utilize the healing magic to heal Bathsheba up. You can run the Earthblood to heal up your Jade Warriors and everything else, and just use his bound ability to keep Bathsheba and himself alive, and you can always use any other healing magic as you see fit to kind of help that out as well in a pinch. Astromancer, Curse of the Midnight Wind, and Wind Blast, which is kind of awesome. Cameroon War Sphinx hiding in the trees, same with Kata. Grand Cannon's getting way too far forward. Definitely don't want to leave it out in the open field there. It's a very exposed position. There's a lot of skeleton horsemen swarming in. This is really scary. Meat has not really emphasized protecting his artillery early. The skeleton horse archers rotation is very hazardous. Going off of this high ground objective down in your opponent's backline is actually kind of unsafe. It's a long way to ride, and spawns are fairly close in on this map. I think rotating around this side would have been a little bit better, and getting up through this huge gap that is available on this side of the field. It's a little bit farther to run, but I think it would have been a little bit more safe. Do get one of the Grand Cannons offline immediately. The other Grand Cannon, though, getting saved by the Jade Lancers and Bathsheba. Bathsheba getting in there with Heaven's Gate, I think, and then the Jade Lancers carrying home their always really solid 55 charge bonus. Even without the Harmony, they can do pretty well. But they get the Harmony benefits here because they're by the cannon. Cannon providing that buff to them. One Grand Cannon down, but all of the Skeleton Horse Archers are offline. That's a lot of units to lose. Skeleton Horse Archers are 475 gold, and you've only really killed one cannon. This cannon's 100% dead, it's shattered, but the other crew, still fairly healthy, and all of the Grand Cannons are alive. They could get back on that and maybe pressure the catapults. Welsh is making the right call by bringing in multiple Screaming Skull catapults against all these Jade Warriors. This is how you beat Cathay as the Tomb Kings. You just go really heavy into the catapults, make sure they stay alive, get your Necrotechs on the chariots out. Chosen of the Gods can just poke at any really big single entities, or they shoot Jade Lancers or any, you know, like crossbows and halberds that, you know, you might need to whittle down, that the catapults aren't already killing. Usirian's Incantation going down on Croman. Beautiful spell against Onyx Croman. They're very, very weak to this spell in particular because they don't have any spell res. They have 60 models with only 5,200 HP, and Usirian's is double strength Melkoths for a very efficient WOM spread. And you can see they just get absolutely annihilated here. They're going to crumble out and be dead and gone. good countercharge with these Nakara warriors. Nakara horsemen, rather, not warriors. The cavalry variant. Coming in to protect the Chosen of the Gods, you got the Kemerian War Sphinx rallying over. Kemerian War Sphinxes are not terrible against Cav. They've got good weapon strength and reasonably decent melee attack at base. They're not overly reliant on the bonus versus infantry. They can spread their damage around pretty effectively against a unit like this, so it's helping to peel. It's probably going to tear out these units off. And the Chosen of the Gods are a little beat up, but they still have 11 models. They can definitely get back online and just wear down. Ooh, Tiger Warriors coming in, so definitely want to shoot those guys. Ushabti Summon comes out. Excellent decision to drop it on the Grand Cannon. That just gets taken offline immediately. Cathay, yeah, is falling behind on the value. Tomb King's doing a really good job of protecting their shooting in a way that the Cathay forces have just not been able to. The Shikumi Skull catapults really aren't that much less expensive than the Grand Cannons. Grand Cannons are 900 gold, the catapults are 800. If the Grand Cannons had been able to get good shots off from the catapults, they'd have been able to take them offline, no problem. Catapults are shorter range and less accurate in the artillery duel. Cathay Grand Cannons are probably the best, like, pure cannon artillery piece in the game. Maybe contested by the Dowie already only. But I think the Cathay cannons are a little bit better because they do benefit from harmony. They get faster reload times and a whole bunch of other stuff, which is pretty nice. Ironclaw Warriors moving up to find a bunch of skeleton spears. Not really a great fight. The Astromancer, the Wind Blasts are nice. I mean, he's gotten some pretty decent value just dropping that over and over again, but I don't think Curse of the Midnight Wind is very necessary or good here. I don't think you really want Chain Lightning either. It's not like your Rannons is all that good against anything here. Honestly, maybe Harmonic Convergence and Wind Blast would be best if you're gonna go for Heaven's Magic. But I think I think with Bishiva, I think you do want some healing magic. Because healing magic is really good at supporting your cavalry as well. It keeps them in the fight just that little bit longer against all the skeleton cavalry. To potentially give them an edge, and then they can maybe build up enough numbers to be able to, like, jump on top of the Chosen of the Gods. And, like, multiple Jade Lancers would be able to take these guys down. It wouldn't be the quickest thing in the world, but it would be an inevitability. Got another Grand Cannon coming up. Man, that's a lot of cannons, dude. That's triple cannon, unless... Oh, maybe this is the... No, it's the one from earlier. It's just back out on the field. Thunderous volley coming in, but really good dodge, dude. That's awesome. Wheeling and dealing from Welsh Lion there. Completely avoids that cannon volley with the Chosen of the Gods. There's no harmony on the cannon, so they're firing super slow every 22 seconds. If they had the harmony effects, it'd be every 18 or 19, I believe. And firing that little bit quicker can catch people off guard a little bit easier.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Catapults are going down. One catapult got way too far forward and taken out, and the other one taken down by the Empress's Crowmen. But the Empress Crowmen, despite killing the Arty crew, is probably going to go down to the Skeleton Horsemen here. They haven't used any of the Nangao grenades yet, which is a really nice little bombardment. It used to be way more powerful. It's a little less effective now, but still respectable. And these Crowmen are quite expensive. They're 1,000 gold or 1050 or something like that. I don't think they're 1,100. They just need to do a little bit extra over a regular Onyx Crowman to pay off, so they got about 800 value, which is just not quite enough for them to really be making up for the struggles that you've seen from the Force of Grand Cathay here. The Kemrian War Sphinx has gotten 1,600 value, 237 kills. Welsh has been very good about microing it. He took down the early threats to it, and it's just been bullying from here. It's taking Bashiva down as well. Bashiva got 1,500 value, though, which is pretty decent. Necrotect definitely dropping those heals on the big Sphinx, and Kotep, he's just been running around using his Usirians and the Sandstorms. He's not really been able to hit anything too huge, but he doesn't have to. He's very cheap and affordable. I do really like the decision to go Kotep and then the War Sphinx. That way you can use the Necrotect heals on it. If you go Cetra, Cetra cannot get healed by the Necrotect, because Cetra is technically not a construct, despite being on one. He can only get heals from the Lore of Nehekara, which, granted, is pretty good, but the Lore passive is really just not enough healing against a faction that does have some pretty good range tools to poke down Sphinxes. I think the actual just the actual monster construct is the better option, because it's safer to throw around and, you know, potentially lose if it doesn't get like optimal engagements. But Welsh is more than ensured that it's been able to get the right kinds of fights. Cathay is holding the number 3 objective. I don't think you really even need to push this. He summons in a catapult for the late game. Usually not great to summon in artillery at the end of matches. I'd much prefer to just see like swarms of garbage, even if it's not great cap weight. Just to get up on the points and just really make your opponent be like, oh my god, there's no way I'm getting through all this. But Meat's gonna throw in the towel here. He just sees the writing on the wall. He really doesn't have anything to counter push with. And the War Sphinx is so healthy that none of his infantry is going to be usable. And, you know, Lancers and whatever, they can come out in decent numbers, but, like, swarms of Skeleton Horsemen from the Undead are going to be able to equal their cap weight, and they can just, you know, disengage and pull back and be annoying and deny any value to the Jade Lancers. Jade Lancers, like, trying to get into all these Skeleton Warriors and Spears and whatnot. You know, they can do some damage cycle charging, but they don't have anything to really hammer an anvil off of. Chosen of the Gods not being one of the carry pieces here. They were attracting more aggro this game, and it was really about peeling for them more than anything to get the dub here. The catapults were respectable. The Necrotect with 1100 value, pretty amazing. The Horse Archers weren't that good, but, you know, despite not getting great value on these guys, I think they were utilized well enough, because they just shut down the cannons. Cannons were really the only thing to stop a lot of what Welsh had. Without them, he was just at a huge disadvantage. One melee shop tease, some Nehekara warriors. Honestly, I'd cut the Nehekara warriors here and just try and find a way to get the Kefirgard in. Kefirgard are just way better, period. Although I guess they're here for cap weight, actually. So never mind. Keep these two guys, because you do need some infantry cap weight of some kind. You don't really have, like, amazing options otherwise. I usually just like the Kefirgard against Cathay, because they have regen, and they're reasonably heavily armored, so Dragon Breath can't really do, like, huge damage to them. It does pretty good damage, though, because it does poke through their regen, I guess. I don't know. Didn't see here for Cathay. I don't really know what Cathay needs to do against the Tomb King. Cathay is my least played faction by a country mile, and there's not enough people who play them for me to be able to speak from experience of watching more experienced folks. All the Cathay mains just dropped off the face of the earth at the same time. And really, you've got, like, Daniken and Anticity who play them to, like, a high level, and that's really about it. Cool to see somebody coming in and learning them, though. Meat is a good Cathay player. I just think he needs time on them to really, like, understand and refine them, because Cathay is a specialist faction. They're not something that you can just pick up and plug in and play. They don't function like that at all. Let's watch Gnome versus Anderland here. See what's going on. How many matches will be analyzed? As many as possible. I can't promise all of them, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to, but it's just too many replays. I mean, if there's 20 people in a tournament and, you know, you're getting a replay from every one of those games, then I've got, you know, like upwards of 40 matches to cover. And if each game takes about 10 minutes, I mean, it would literally take me all day to be able to cover every single one. I try to cover as many of the different matchups as possible, especially ones that you don't see too often, or ones that are just, like, really tricky. Kind of like this one. We saw Gnome win the last game against the Skaven, but he's up against Anderland, and Anderland has a much more refined build against the Dowie here. He's gone full stealth. He's got Death Runners all over the field. He's got Gutter Runners who have Stalk too. Cannons have nothing to shoot in the early game here. I mean, they're just completely countered just by the fact that he can't see anything. The only unit he can see is the Skaven Slaves and the Warlock Engineer. If you can't see your opponent's Lord, by the way, against Skaven, that's a really good tell that it's Snickich. And Snickich is disgusting against the Dowie. He bodies a lot of the characters, and not only that, but the real selling point of Snickich here is the fact that he's got a bunch of Fizz Res, but Whirl of Weeping Blades does awful work against any Dowie unit that tries to surround him. He runs in, they blob up around him, he pops this Weeping Blades, and just shreds through the HP of an entire unit in a heartbeat. It's really vile. I love it to death. Look at the surround coming in. Anderland going all in on the full surround. He's got concealment bombs popped. He used the trees to screen his advance all the way up through here, pops concealment bombs, and these guys can get within, I think it's 50 meters that you have to be within before they get revealed. It's really close. Like, basically breathing on the Death Runners to see them here. They can push back over. The Brimstone Guns are moving in, and the Natty Bubo's Sharpshooters are opening up on these guys. And we got a Plate Call Catapult in, and look at the damage that it's already doing to the Dowie Warriors. Just one good hit takes good 11 models off them, and a good amount of HP too. And they're going after the, going after the Iron Drakes. Look at the damage to the Iron Drakes also. This is the power of a simple catapult. And the Brimstone Guns are fully pushed back, and, you know, you gotta get multiple of them out if you're gonna be, like, throwing them forward to try and take any weapon teams down or any artillery crews down. Dwarf Thing Menace is coming up. You've got the Gutter Runners just harassing units and being annoying, and the Gutter Runner flank here. These invisible units gonna get right onto the back of this cannon crew. And Dowie cannon crews are pretty resilient. They've got better stats than any other cannon crew by a country mile, but very lightly armored, and they are still very vulnerable to getting attacked, especially by overwhelming numbers like this. I wouldn't send both Gutter Runners in like this. This is pretty vulnerable to getting a gyrocopter coming out and just dropping a bombing run on the back of them, and they're pretty expensive, so it's a little hazardous, but they do clean up the crew pretty quick, so they can just spread out here and hopefully avoid the bombing run. Over here, the Brimstone Guns are trying to get after the Death Runners, but they're just so low. They're not going to be able to get a whole lot done. And the Death Runners are in the trees, so the Flamethrowers are going to be hitting the forests more than they're going to be hitting the actual units. Dowie are forced all the way forward because they cannot just sit on the middle point and win. Their back point is safe and secure, but, you know, they're overextending a little bit. Dowie Warriors getting absolutely roasted by the Death Runners here. And the Dwarf Thing Menace is also running these guys down. Skaven Slaves are doing a really good job of stuffing back the Iron Drakes and the Dwarf Warriors here. Not able to get in range to drop their flamethrower volleys onto the really high-value Skaven stuff. And Natty Boobos, they're just poking down the Gyrocopters. That's just all they do in this matchup. Every now and then, they will poke something like an Ironbreaker. You don't have to shoot Ironbreakers even. You've got the Doom Flayers. Any Chariot against the Dowie is pretty much guaranteed to absolutely terrorize your opponent, because Dowie have awful, awful, awful abilities at stopping Chariot momentum. They have higher mass on their infantry units than normal infantry do. But it's not enough, usually, unless you just have overwhelming numbers of Dowie in one position to be able to stop a Chariot. Doomflayers, Razor Gores, and, what are the, Gorby's Chariots. Those are, like, all the really good Chariots against the Dowie that, Dowie just absolutely cannot stop with, infantry numbers. They just lack the ability to be able to, keep them off of themselves. Play Call Catapult opening up on the Ironbreakers and good targeting on the Grimdelvers and Natty Boobos. And you can see Anderlin is just taking an absolutely insane gold value lead. I mean, this is kind of the doom of the Dowie, man. They just can't advance too far forward. They can't stay back and play defensively, and they can't spread out. So, like, you can't really do anything at that point. And, you know, when a Skaven player, like, understands the matchup and they're just really good and competent at isolating your formation and spreading it out to its own ruin, this is what it usually ends up looking like, is the Skaven just getting an absolutely overwhelming value lead and annihilating you. Snicketch has about 521 values, probably used one World of Weeping Blades. Didn't see where it went down, but he's got the value to kind of reflect that he's used it somewhere. Probably not just from beating up on the characters here. He is routing the Thane already. And the Lord is routing too. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my god. Look at all these leadership debuffs, man. Faster and stronger units, attacked in flank, frightened, units routing, attacked in the rear, melee contact minus 14. Oh my god. Brutal, brutal game for the dwarves here. Warp Lightning going down on the Dowie Warriors. It didn't do that much damage. They're not really that blobbed up, and the lightning bolts kind of hitting around the unit a little bit more than actually getting the center of them, but it's just, you know, kind of funny to see. Good timing on it, though, for real. Yeah, Natty Boobos are still firing. How much value do they have? 1,600. Catapults got 1,600. Doom Flayers only have 500 over here, but the Dwarf Thing Menace is close to 1,000. Rat Ogres are overrunning the back line. Gutter Runners back here, 700 and 800. And look at all these Dwarf units, man, that are, like, desperately trying to get rid of these guys. And, deep into the back line, too. Like, it's one thing to, like, play aggressively forward against your opponent, but to have them, like, have to summon out 3 units just to get rid of your skirmishers, who have already gotten their value and killed your artillery piece, it's just, you know, it's one of those, like, agonizing moments that makes you feel pretty damn discouraged about what's going on in the game. Good Warp Lightning here, doing some good damage to the miners. Brotherhood of Grimnir. Gwymnir. Brotherhood of Gwymnir hiding in the trees there. They just, I mean, what are they going to do, man? I mean, I guess they can, like, jump out and maybe get a jump on the Rattling Gun team, but it just sucks. They're completely isolated and alone. Skaven pull a value lead, or they go past the value lead, and now they have the objective lead. They were slow, patient, didn't overemphasize attacking the main Dowie formation before they built up and got some good valley trading going. And now they can just get the triple capping in this game. And look how healthy the Death Runners are. Death Runners looking real good here right now. They really haven't had to do a whole lot, to be honest. I mean, it's really just been the weapon teams and the artillery doing the heavy lifting. With the odd assist from the Doomflayers here. And the Rat Ogres, I guess. Rat Ogres are always here, though. You know, they're like the unsung hero of the Skaven roster. It's like your best source of mass. They're cheap. They're pretty annoying. They can do quite a bit for you. Death Runners screaming in, and, you know, Miners just cannot do anything to Death Runners. Death Runners just massively outstat and outduel them. And Death Runners are really quick. They've got, you know, 54 base speed. They lose a little from strength and numbers, but that just takes them down to 49 speed. And they've got 44 speed while they're tired, and Dow are just slow as dirt. I mean, they literally cannot catch anything in melee. And they can't run away from anything either, so, you know, Death Runners, their speed, being able to run down the Iron Drakes, now they can just sit and grind down the Miners, is a big ouchie type of moment. Slayers are killing some poison and globes, but the globes got some pretty ridiculous damage on them as they were trying to close the gap. Warp Lightning goes down. Slayers are very spread out units, so it's not really highly effective damage, but you know, it's a little bit against annoying, unbreakable unit. Brotherhood of Grimnir fighting the Death Runners. Death Runners do lose to the Brotherhood of Grimnir pretty consistently and painfully, but this is why you got weapon teams. Rattling guns right behind the Brotherhood of Grimnir, absolutely slaughtering these poor guys. Point blank, actual genuine Last Samurai moment, man. Machine gun to death by the Gatlings there. Another Brimstone gun comes in, but you can see the Gutter Runners do really solid damage to these things. So, like, even if you're able to kill weapon teams, if your opponent just has their Gutter Runners in a decent position, there is nothing you can do to stop the Skaven from clearing them. Like I said, brutal matchup for the Dowie. And you can see why there, because Gnome just brought, like, the very, like, sweaty meta, build here. I mean, Snickich may not be, like, truly meta, but this is, like, one of his best matchups. And it's always fun to, like, throw in lords that are, fairly specialized into games where, you know, sure, like, the best lord option, like Ikit, is gonna consistently be better than Snickich, but he's just fun. And you've already got such a big advantage in this matchup anyways, the Skaven. Why wouldn't you want to have a little bit of fun, right? Yeah, man. Big ouch. Honestly, I would go so far as to say, just don't even bring Slayers against Skaven. There's, like, nothing they can do. What Dowie do against Skaven is maybe they just have to go full artillery. Like, 3 cannons, 3 gyros, Skyhammer Squadron, and then just a million Dowie warriors and miners. And you just pray to the ancestor gods that the Skaven make some big mistakes and you can find a way to punish them for it. Oh my god. Super close game is Skaven versus Counts. Ikit versus the Red Duke. Yeah, we're gonna check that one out for sure. Cathay versus Nurgle round 2. Okay. I will always prioritize the games people talk up to me. Like, if you ask, I'm more likely to cover the games that you want. Cathay Nurgle round 2. Where's this game? Did I not download it? Maybe not. Let me get rid of these. Covered this one. Didn't see that one. We did see this game. Didn't cover this one yet. Oh, here it is. Is this the round 2 game? It's kind of cool to see people getting onto all these very different maps. I honestly think this is pretty awesome for a new player tournament. Usually it's just like one map for each round, but I actually kind of like the variety. And I think it works really well for this format because new players need to, you know, learn all the different maps, and just playing one set of maps per round doesn't really, like, necessarily do much for the newer players, because they probably don't even know them to begin with, you know? It just gives, like, more variety for the people watching, and you can kind of get more of an idea of different strategies for different maps. Lord of the End Time. Nurgle got really good buffs, but their units look pretty insane. Nurgle could end up being a truly nightmarish faction. Like I said, I think the buffs they got this current patch are enough to take them from maybe like an upper bottom tier faction to at the very least being upper middle tier. Like, I think they're really damn good now. Alright, let's watch our lovely, lovely Nurgle versus Cathay game here. Palooza is, you know, running a fairly similar build to what we saw when he was going up against Counts. Luckily, he's not playing Counts, so the artillery is actually going to be okay here. This is a really good arty map, by the way, because it's just, you know, massive, and there's big open spaces to really pummel enemy units who are just, you know, like, sitting on points in. It does have a lot of forest cover, so it's not like the end of the world for Nurgle. They've got positions they can hide in, particularly on the middle point and on the number 3. Whenever I play Khorne, I actually really like Khorne on this map against arty factions. Because artillery is one of the more annoying things that Khorne has a hard time dealing with. I'll get into that another time. But yeah, you can just hide behind this tree line. You've got 2 tree lines you can hide in here, because the edges of both of these forests are on the point, so you can hide here and here. Really safe to bunch up on. This is the more hazardous one. You still got some tree cover here. I just don't really like the rotation between these 2 points here, because there's, you know, so much open ground between them. This is the safer rotation, so Bright's making the right call by getting on the number 2 and the number 3 early. Fire Rain Rocket is going to be a little bit better firing into the trees on this map, because they just fire a ton of rockets out. Something is going to slip through the trees and do some kind of damage at least. The Grand Cannons should really just focus on the Noxbringer, which they already are.
Have a victory point.
And then making sure that they can punish anything that does get trapped out in the open spaces of this map. Noxbringer gets thumped. Fire Rain Rocket gonna get some good damage on this Marauder Horseman. Good impact. Taking 8 models out, good HP damage. The Chaos Sorcerer Lord and the Exalted Heroes getting up into the trees and hiding. Exalted Heroes, great characters, absolutely devastating on these chariots. Against infantry, not a bad call against Cathay. Cathay is a little Dowie-like in that they are a little vulnerable to chariots, because, you know, Jade Warriors are just very bad at stopping chariots, but there are Jade Lancers and other mass that can make up the difference. Noxbringer is destroying a lot of the cannon's ammunition. Not really doing that much damage to the artillery crews, though. Oof, that is brutal, though, man. Only 4 shots left on this thing. You know what I would honestly do is just pull the Noxbringer back behind the trees now. I mean, it's destroyed all the ammunition on this artillery piece, pretty much. It's only got a few volleys left. Just deny it value on that and just maybe trying to get it to shoot Pestigores. Maybe work on the fire and rocket battery now. Cathay is advancing up. They've got good presence on the number 2 objective here. Fire Rain Rocket is looking to shoot the Pestigores. There's not a lot of targets for the Fire Rain Rocket, because Nurgle went very light on infantry. He didn't bring that many skirmishers either. Cathay has got a decent amount of value, but I would say it's pretty false value. A lot of that is on the Noxbringer, which is a very expensive unit, and it's very easy to heal up. You just drop a Fleshy Abundance on this thing. You don't even need to. It's probably just going to use all its ammo, and then you can unsummon it and bring it back out later if you really want to. Save the heals for your Exalted Heroes. But if you do want to heal it, you know, easy enough. Really, the only good damage that's been done is on these Marauder Horsemen over here. They're a little beat up. They're definitely, you know, not really feeling the love right now. Or I guess maybe they're feeling a little too much love from Cathay. Good shot from the Noxbringer. Kills a bunch of models outright. Good HP damage on the remaining models from the Vortex. It's got a decent amount of ammo left. Still got 8 volleys. Opening up on the Bandits of the Silver Road. Decent impact there. Nothing too tremendous, but destroying some ammo and getting some okay value. Marauders of Nurgle up on the point. Some Forsaken up there as well. Exalted Heroes trying to kill this Fire Rain Rocket. And a Fury going after this artillery crew. Very unnecessary. I mean, it's completely out of ammo already. I mean, it only got 1,000 value. It's like nothing. Artillery needs to double its value for it to be truly effective. That's like the general rule of thumb. If your artillery... Here's the thing. Rocket battery, definitely something that you'd be sweating a little bit more because it can do way more ruinous damage in the early game. Cannons can very consistently double their value, but the damage is very slow. It takes most of a game for them to use all their ammunition. In the time that it's doing all that damage, you can usually replace any losses that you take from a cannon. You're actually usually putting yourself in a worse spot by trying to dive these things. A lot of the time you can genuinely just ignore them. I mean, they're annoying, but not the end of the world. The Fire and Rocket Battery is more worth the aggressive dives against. I would still say you can ignore it most of the time. Exalted Hero helping to clean up the Jade Warrior crossbows. Bandits of the Silver Road looking pretty beat up. Jade Warriors are able to press the Marauder Horsemen off the field, or at the very least get them on the map's edge and then wear them down. Pesties fighting halberds and long spears, just holding the point. That's really the most important thing here. And Peasant Archers getting jumped by Furies before they get in range of their Harmony and assistance. So they're getting worn out pretty badly. Jade Lancers coming in to peel. Should be able to carry home a pretty good charge against the Furies. And we've got our boy here, Zhao Meng, fighting the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, who is on his Rot Beast, which is definitely the best mount for him. He's got Crown of Everlasting Conquest, so this guy is very durable, just very easy to use and effective. Like, I would say prior to the recent patch, by far the most meta option. Tamarkan was really good, but you know, he had some very exploitable weaknesses. Now that Tamarkan is tankier and the Toe Dragons are, you know, a little bit less likely to just waddle around and just bump into things and not do damage to them for whatever reason, I think Tamarkan is going to be 100% the meta option. And the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is going to be a really nice mix-up. You might even see the Herald. Still waiting for people to try and make the Herald on the Rotfly with Tormentor Sword work. I think it'll be doable. It's going to take a little bit of time for people to, like, figure it out, I think. Zhao Ming, I don't think he's used his heal yet. Nope, he's barely taken any damage. He's just fighting. He's going to drop a fat Final Transmutation here. Very nice opportunity, too. You got the very healthy Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Getting absolutely nailed by this. You know what? Paloosa is actually scrapping very well against the Nurgle forces. You know, he's struggled a little bit in some respects, but he's doing a really good job of value trading. He's not panicking. He's summoning in the right kind of units. His push out onto the side didn't work out very well, but he did cap that point and force a bunch of Pestigors out over there. And now he can use the, you know, albeit very beat-up firing rocket, but, you know, artillery nonetheless, to kind of punish these guys in the open field. He very firmly holds the number 2, and he is slowly beating down these Pestigors over here. Get the Empress's Crowmen positioned up over these guys and drop the Nangile grenades on them now. That's how you clear them out, and then you get one more cycle charge with the Jade Lancers. Yeah, get them out, circle around behind, just carry that charge home, and you rout all those guys. Noxbringer is going down. It's just grinding on top of halberds. You just got to keep it away from halberds and stuff. I mean, it's a good unit for grinding on top of stuff like Jade Warriors and even Peasant Long Spears because of the armor on it. It's got pretty respectable base values. And it does have a lot of HP, so it can, like, sit there and grind and cause tear routes potentially, but, you know, you just can't let these guys poke you. And then the crossbows. Crossbows are not an AP unit, but they have enough AP that they can threaten big monsters like this pretty nicely. Pesties charging in, doing their thing. Marauders with great weapons. I don't really think you want Marauder great weapons against Jade Warriors, to be honest. If you're going to bring a great weapon unit that isn't Pestigors, I think you want to spend the money to get the Chaos Warriors. Because unlike the Pestigors, the Chaos Warriors have enough armor to just ignore the Fire Rain Rocket's splash damage. Pestigors only have 25 armor. They've got missile resistance, which is, like, cheeky, but it's not making up for the fact that their armor at 25 just makes them uber vulnerable to the Fire Rain Rocket damage. Fight's going on down in the pit. You know, Zhao Ming's getting worn out. He's taking a lot of damage, but he still has his Burning Vambraces. There's nothing to mitigate the Burning Vambrace's heal either. There's no fire damage of any kind. So he'll proc, and once he drops below, what? 25%? Yeah, 25% HP, and he'll get a massive, massive heal. And then also, big boost damage resistance for 24 seconds. 40% is no joke. And it might give them enough time to just grind in here against the Exalted Heroes and win this engagement. Noble really doesn't have much out over here other than the Hero Squad. A lot of the infantry have been down trading pretty horrifically. The Jade Lancers have been used very well. They've been doing a lot of hammering. They've been very, very solid here. Especially against all these lightly armored units, which is why I recommend the Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors also don't really care that much about the crossbows. I mean, sustained crossbow fire will definitely wear them down, but, you know, you just get Chaos Warriors on these points and get them in the trees. That's going to make it very difficult for your opponent to, like, finish anything off, because he can't use Jade Warrior Sword and Board against Chaos Warrior great weapons. Can't use the halberds either. The halberds get out fought. Ooh, gigantic Final Transmutation. Very lucky for Nurgle it's not an upgraded Final Transmutation. That would have definitely finished off the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. As it is, this guy is down to 700, 800 HP. Gonna trickle up into his heal cap range, but he's only got 900 HP from there. And Zhao Ming with 3,600 value is carrying this game right now. He has been wearing down these single entities so well this game. And he's making up the difference in value here. Like, Nurgle is one of those factions like Counts that can be down by about 2,000, 3,000 value and still winning the battle. But because the actual ground forces for Grand Cathay have been holding so well, Zhao Ming, with his 3600, has been able to make the game even enough that really it's just about cap weight right now. And with all the Pestigors and other infantry running for Nurgle right now, and the continuous pressure from these Dragon Breaths from Zhao breaking down some more of their stuff here, I just don't see, I don't see these guys being able to hang in. Burning Vambraces, oh, it already got used. When, what? What is going on here? Oh, because he's got to be flying. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I didn't realize it didn't proc when he was on the ground. Is that... okay. Well, Zhao Ming not going to get his Burning Vambraces off. Very unfortunate. He did not turn back into Dragon form in time. He could rally here, but the Exalted Hero is going for a finish on our boy. Zhao Ming going to die here. Does take a little damage. Ooh, and a huge pin. A few Jade Lancers actually able to keep the Exalted Hero off of their Lord. Chaos Furies, though, could run him off the field. Oh, God. Felix is coming out. Decked out Felix, too. Helping Hand and Karakul and Foe Seeker and Deadly Onslaught. Okay. Honestly, I do kind of like the Pocket Felix. I mean... Zhao Ming does not heal cap with Burning Vambraces. God, get him in Dragon form. He's rallied. Please get him in Dragon form. Get that heal, man. Even if he just stands... even if he gets Burning Vambraces off, he wouldn't heal cap, and then he can just fight by Felix and get the heal from Blood Oath, which would be pretty sick. I mean, it would definitely help him out a lot. Felix does have to be in melee, though, for the for Blood Oath to be active. It's not healing Zhao, obviously, right now. Cathay is committing a lot more into the middle. They just have a triple cap, and they're holding the points fairly easily. They could use some reinforcements out on the number 3, but it's kind of hard to do that when your opponent's pressing the middle so hard. Nurgle does have a chance to grab the number 1 objective out here. Exalted Hero is routing. Chaos Sorcerer Lord, very beat up. Doesn't really have anything left in the tank. Ooh, the throwing axes are going for a finish here. Or are they going to get him? No, they are not going to get a volley off. And Peasant Bowmen are going to open up and push these guys back, getting them into a position where they're not really able to get anything done. Could pull back to the number 1 there. The number 2 is flipping. Nurgle has time to win on a double cap, and they've got a lot of bodies in the middle now. And there's no Dragon Breaths to easily clean up the Marauders now. What is Pelusa bringing out? Jade Warrior Halberds, a lot of Jade Warrior Halberds going to the low ground. A Jade Lion, the Jade Lion has actually been really good. It's been attacking very aggressively and gotten some really solid value. Normally, these Lions are pretty lackluster units. Really, though, the Jet Lion is the worst of the two. Jade Lions are just slightly better overall because they have a better, like, stat split. They're more aggressive. Jet Lions have very low melee attack and really have melee defense, which I don't think is very good for any single entity, to be honest. Single entities want to be about actually doing damage. Being like a defensively oriented SC doesn't really do a whole lot in domination mode, to be honest. So I do vastly prefer to see this thing. It's also got a better bound ability. Jade Lion Breath is something that actually does consistent damage, while the Jet Lion has Missile Mirror, which is kind of dog water.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your
Zhao is going Dragon form. He's going to get his heal now. Finally getting the heal. Yep. Right back up to 4,000 HP. Good amount of health. He can definitely help get some terror routes here. Ooh, Nurgle with a good push up onto the number 3 here in the late game. Empress Crowman coming in to try and clear the Chaos Warhounds. Trying to just help get rid of some of this cap weight and delay the objective flipping here. Oh man, this is so freaking close! The breath attack on the Forsaken doing a whopping like 200 HP damage. It's pretty funny. Jade Lion moving over to help out against the Forsaken. Nurgle is sending a lot over there to try and cap that point. Oh my god, and they didn't manage to flip the number 3. Oh, the Pestigor's routed. This Pestigor is going to cap the point immediately when they get on this, though. They're on it, they're taking it, they're flipping it. Oh, but they don't, they flip it right at the end of the game.
There is only defeat.
Crazy close game. Really well played by Pelusa. Really well played by both sides, honestly. I think Bright's blunder was one of these Exalted Heroes went a little too far forward and was isolated from the other single entities. Only got 600 value. 2100 on the other guy. Chaos Sorcerer Lord did respectably. He kind of got bullied by Xiao Ming, though. Noxbringer did well. Pestigors were okay. Marauder Horsemen were okay. It's just so many Marauder great weapons. It really didn't do a whole lot. I mean, you've already got a low armor great weapon. You really just want a couple of very hard anchors to sit on. And Chaos Warhounds, against Korean Cathay, probably not. There's just not enough targets for them to really feast on. Like, if your opponent has some Crane Gunners, I guess they can get some work done. You just got Furies. Just use the Furies. Get rid of the Chaos Warhounds. Probably want to cut one Forsaken. Forsaken are just not good against armor. They're just so inadequate against Jade Warriors. Because they're just very bad at grinding. And Jade Warriors are really good at holding up against shock damage, actually. Especially non-AP shock damage. You can have 2 Marauder Great Weapons, get rid of 2 Marauder Great Weapons, get rid of 1 Forsaken, get rid of both Hounds, and get like 2 Chaos Warrior Great Weapons in here. And then maybe 1 Hound if you've got enough left over for it. That would be really the only thing I would change up for Bright. The rest of the build was really good, though. Skaven Tomb Kings. Oh yeah, what's the what was the other game that you recommended to me? It was Skaven Counts. Oh, you got really bad matchups, dude. I'm sorry. Skaven Counts and Skaven Tomb Kings is rough business. It's really not the Skaven's cup of tea to fight the undead. They lack sustainability against both those factions for sure. We'll see how it goes, though. I'm very curious to see them. I'm not going to be able to stick around after finals or semifinals. Because I've still got moving stuff I need to do. Because I'm leaving in like a week. It's really coming down to the wire here, and I will be missing. the tournament, the new player tournament, next Saturday. Because I'm moving in Friday of next week. I'm gonna be crazy busy unpacking, and I'm not even getting like internet set up until the day after. Until Saturday itself, so I'm gonna have to do all that, and then maybe I can do like a Monday or a Tuesday stream, depending on how unpacking goes, and we can go over the new player games then. I really hate missing the Saturday tournaments. It's like the one thing I really like holding myself to. life has just been really crazy. I mean, you know, I live here in the U.S., and things couldn't be worse here. I mean, it's about as catastrophic of a administration and political situation as you could possibly imagine here right now. And on top of that, I live in Michigan, and the Canadian wildfires that are going on right now, I kid you not, like, yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and for the morning, yesterday as well, literally walked outside, not cloudy at all. It looked like it was cloudy. There was that much smoke in the sky. The air quality index was so bad that, from what I was reading, it was basically 1 hour of being outside without masking would be like smoking a pack of cigarettes. So it's grim. It's been grim out here. You know? We're really banking on midterms right now to maybe not turn into, you know, a total fascist Nazi hellscape. I mean, it's already pretty awful. But, at least there's some hope yet. You know? It's got me sweating right now. It was really the long and the short of it. Alright, Welsh and Anderland. Let's see how these guys do. Oh, anyways, all of that to say that it's just been really hard to give a hoot about streaming regularly. Because it's literally just about making ends meet and trying to maintain any semblance of sanity right now. You know? I've just been trying to be present in, you know, the lives of the people who matter to me most right now. It just doesn't leave me much time for video games. Anyways, gutter runners, lots of Skaven slaves, and some clan rat spears mixed in. Always nice to have the clan rat cap weight. I mean, they're not really good units, but, you know, you just throw them out onto the field and they just hold objectives, and that's really what you need to do against Toon Kings. This is Skaven. It's kind of like the one thing you've got going over them. Like, the range duel is pretty even. The skirmish game is about equal as well. Like, the horsemen get really lit up by gutter runners and night runners if those units are able to close the gap. But horse archers massively outrange gutter runners and night runners, so you really just want to try and, like, play keep away. I actually think this might be a matchup where gutter runner slings are a unit that you might really want to think about incorporating, because they have stalk. So prior to getting revealed, Screaming Skull catapults can't really shoot them, and they do have 140 meter range, so they can skirmish with the skeleton horse archers evenly. And they have much better model count numbers and damage output. Oof. Catapult's messing up some gutter runners right now. Ikit getting hit by Arkan's Spirit Leech does get a really nice bit of revenge with a brutal overcast Flensing Ruin. I mean, Flensing Ruin just does insane damage, man. It did get nerfed a while back. Not substantially, though, really. It just lost a little bit of duration. You can see that it still is absolutely a must-have spell. I mean, it takes Arkan down to half HP immediately. What is Arkan? Ikit really should be careful, though. He doesn't want to get hit by another Spirit Leech for free. I would just pull Ikit all the way back, and then wait for an opportunity to roll forward and then drop another Flensing, an Overcast Flensing on Arkan. Arkan's moving forward. He's trying to get Spirit Leech off on Ikit, but he's in the middle of his cavalry and actually having a hard time getting within 100 meters. He could Overcast Spirit Leech, which wouldn't be bad at all, but wouldn't be ideal. Yeah, it's gonna probably escape here. Oh, not quite. He actually turns back around. Arkin hits him with the Spirit Leech, but Natty Boobos get a little bit of damage on our boy Arkin here. Oh man, Arkin's really low. Just one Flensing Ruin on Arkin here is probably going to be enough to finish him. Oh, Storm Demon coming down. Ooh, nice damage. Takes about 500 HP off Arkin there. I don't know why it didn't do the full damage. Maybe it did. Maybe I was misreading the HP a little bit. Ooh, Death Runner's going for a very sneaky dive in the back line. Really cheeky. I mean, these hidden units, man, like Gutter Runner or Death Runners and the like, can be so nice for getting surprise ambushes on your opponent's really annoying units. And Screaming Skull Catapults, I mean, good in most matchups, but especially good against low leadership factions like the Skaven. Because you've got the take cover effect that also lowers leadership. -10 and a -8 is really hard to persevere through when you're working with like 45 base leadership. Beautiful Flensing Ruin. Overcast, that's a very dead Arkin. Arkin just needs to run forward and just use whatever abilities and magic he can possibly throw out right now. Although he doesn't really want to use anything other than Spirit Leech against a lot of this stuff. Tomb Scorpion's on the field. Tomb Scorpion is not really that great of a unit. They're okay, though. I actually do like them as a cheap source of terror in a few matchups. This is one of the better ones. They're also very disruptive. They've got crazy animations where they, like, dive underground and, yeah, do that. And a couple of other ones that make them very hard to hit for ranged units. The best way to kill them is in melee, and they can pressure weapon teams pretty safely. Where'd Natty Boobo's sharpshooters go? Oh, they're all the way back here. I don't know what hit them, but they're well back away from the epicenter of fighting. Death Runners do get on top of the catapult over here. Skeleton Horsemen come out to do damage. Skeleton Horsemen, not really the best unit to actually, like, chip down Death Runners effectively. Death Runners might be able to outlast this, although it looks like more Skeleton Horsemen are coming out. They just get around and get, like, a rear charge. They should be able to finish that fight off. Chosen of the Gods are opening up on some Poison Wind Globadiers. Just hordes and hordes of Skaven moving up on the point now, and a really good Globadier volley onto the Nektar Warriors there. Catapults and the Chosen trying to kill these guys. A good rear charge at the Skeleton Horse Archers here. Actually going to clean up this Globadier pretty quickly, it looks like. Rat Ogres are on the middle objective, and the Skaven are going to flip this. They got a lot of Clan Rats here. More than enough cap weight to be able to steal this away. Arkin did die. Ikit is very low. 1700 HP on Ikit. He just needs to stay away and just keep utilizing his what little magic he has remaining. Getting Brass Orb off and hoping that Unlimited Power doesn't accidentally blow him up. He's got 69 kills, very nice. 2,000 value on top of it all. Gutter Runners are just trying to shoot the Tomb Scorpion. Not really doing very well trying to kill it. This Tomb Scorpion is just surviving through everything right now. Rat Ogres are beating up on it a little bit, but they don't have a surround. And both Rat Ogres are over-focusing, and it's leaving them very vulnerable to the Chosen of the Gods. Chosen of the Gods getting a couple of good shots with their airburst projectiles off on the Rat Ogres. They're surviving it, though. Other Rat Ogre here getting hit. Skaven Slave's getting poked by it as well. Necrotect is up and out on the field. It's used one restore already. Clan Vulcan Tail Slasher's going down. Dang, these Death Runners just now going down. Crazy. I mean, they did lose the Skeleton Horseman. They did take out the artillery piece. I would say that's worth it. Just to get rid of the leadership breaking effects of these catapults is pretty indispensable. There is one more on the field, though, which is a problem for the Skaven. Doesn't have a lot of ammo left, though. Chosen of the Gods are really starting to rack it up, and the Rat Ogres are in retreat right now. Getting terror routed, and then a leadership break. They may run off the field here. They should rally. There's nothing that close to them. Yeah, there we go. Very fortunate for the Skaven to get those Rat Ogres back into play. Eshin Triads moving in. You know, they could do pretty well here, but I just don't know what they're going to fight. Dwarf Thing Menace, not a good unit against Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings just don't have anything worth using Doomflayers against. And you can see Arkan coming back out. Stabilizing the leadership for the Undead now. Realm of Souls has been, you know, fully used up, so it's not like there's any passive healing for the Tomb Kings now. Excuse me. Crumbling could be a big issue for them, but now they've got some fresh abilities. And Arkan died fairly early, so he's probably got a lot of magic left in the bank. And Ikit is out of the forest. Oh man, he gets hit immediately by a Spirit Leech. Excellent overcasted Spirit Leech here. Absolutely the right call. Arkan with a little bit of miscast damage, nothing too serious. Takes 700 HP off Ikit. If he gets one more good Spirit Leech, he probably runs him off the field bare minimum. Natty Booba's sharpshooters have not been very well used this game. Very unlike Anderland from what we saw the last couple games. And you've got a Skeleton Horseman capping this undefended number 2 objective. Mutant Rat Ogre is back out on the field. Ooh, and Purple Sun Azirius and a bunch of garbage. I don't think using it there was really even needed. The Tomb Scorpion and the Skeleton Spears are enough to, you know, chip down most of the stuff here. It's like 600 gold worth of stuff that you can actually do damage to with that. I think saving it and just making sure that you're focusing on Spirit Leech against Ikit would have been the better call. Ikit's probably going to stay in the trees all game, though. But, you know, just saving up for, like a more optimal blob situation, I think would have been warranted there. Skeleton Spears doing their thing. Arkan is getting pummeled a little bit. It looks like Storm Demon may have gotten used there, and the Natty Booba sharpshooters are poking Arkan once more. But Ikit comes out of the trees and immediately gets hit by Spirit Leech again. Yup. Down to 272 HP, and there we go. We've got routing Ikit. He's not going to rally. He's past the breaking point. Damage sustained is so much higher than his base value. Flank secured is getting to a -8. I mean, I guess he could like bring something out and maybe hope to stabilize it, but he's probably running off here, and that's going to be a big problem for the Skaven, because they can ill afford to have anything route right now. They really need to hold on to these points. They've got cap weight on the objectives, but they've still got this Tomb Scorpion here. And the Tomb Scorpion could still terror out all these Rat Ogres. They only have ITP because of Frenzy. When Ikit runs off the field, their leadership is going to tank pretty hard, and unless this thing crumbles out before that happens, yep, there we go. One Rat Ogre routing. Clan Rats are going to be very vulnerable as well. Ikit is almost off. Off the field is the Tomb Scorpion alive. It's at 395 HP. Oh, there's another Tomb Scorpion here. Oh, brilliant. Oh, look at all that. Look at all the routes, man. Clan Rats immediately run. Rat Ogres all running. Gutter Runners won't be long for this world either. You can see their leadership is wavering pretty hard right now. Yeah, Arkan just needs to run away and survive. Eventually, the leadership penalty will wear off for the Skaven, but honestly, I think that is just enough to potentially give the Tomb Kings a pretty clear path to victory. Welsh has 1,200 gold in the bank. He needs to get cap weight up to cap the number 3, but he's close enough in tickets that I think he'll be okay. I mean, he just needs to claim one of these points. You can see the Skaven are really having a hard time pushing up onto the #1 objective here. Mutant Rat Ogre has really not done much. It came out early in the game, and now it's just hanging around out here again, just sitting on top of Skeleton Spears, who, you know, not a great unit, but hey, I mean, they can poke something with only 25 armor. It's not like the Mutant Rat Ogre has an insane amount of melee defense either. They've got, like, a respectable enough bonus to be able to poke it down somewhat effectively. Actually breaks it. Oh my god, and Argan dies again. Uh-oh. Lot of Skeleton Horsemen coming up, but Anderlin has 1,300 supplies. He's still got the #3 objective. Without some crucial terror routes here. Ooh, and he gets one really critical one here with the Eshin Triads running. Gutter Runners are hanging on. Lord Fled recently penalty is still affecting the Skaven. That's 2 units terror routing at a really awful moment. Natty Bubo's 1,900 value, finally getting unsummoned. They've been out for so long and only just now used all their ammo up. Skaven holding their home objective. They've got a slight ticket lead. Oh, they're sending everything off to that #2 objective, which is definitely the right call right now. They need to wait until the penalties are wearing off. Looks like the leadership penalty wears off. Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers and a bunch of Skaven Slaves running out. Gonna be looking to get up on the point. Yes, yes. Ooh, and friendly fire from the Screaming Skull Catapult there. Actually pretty painful. Hitting the Skeleton Horsemen is by far the most harmful of the outcomes there. Definitely don't want your catapults to be doing a bunch of friendly fire damage, because it can really rack up. I've seen many times front lines for the Tomb Kings getting absolutely iced by their own catapult fire. Swapping over to the Poisonman Globes, definitely the right call. Huge shot landing right on the middle of that unit. And now charge home from the Horse Archers. Getting a little bit of damage. Now in the sustained fight, they should be able to wear these guys out and get them off the field in just a moment. The leadership wavering really hard for them. Those Globadiers, man, are one of the better tools for clearing out some of these undead bodies. Losing them would not be the end of the world for the Skaven. They've still got a chance to get back in here and do some work, but Tomb King's rapidly approaching the equalizer in terms of the objective tickets here. And the Mutant Rat Ogre is going for the artillery piece. Honestly, a really good rally from Anderland and a good engagement opportunity. Welsh Lion really has to focus up on holding these points right now. He's really having to manage a lot very far forward on the battlefield to try and close this game out with a win, because he cannot afford to slip up on the points at all. You know, forcing an engagement back here, your opponent has to either commit to this fight, or he's just got to leave the Mutant Rat Ogre to slowly kill this artillery piece. One catapult goes down. Crew, not long for this world either. Globadiers are being pushed back, way far back too. Bodies getting up on the points over here and holding. Skaven do have just enough cap weight to start flipping this point, but these Tomb Scorpions, man, have been so annoying. Oh, and they immediately start terror routing the Skaven here. Both Skaven Slaves running. The Gutter Runners not looking like they're going to hold up too well, because the Tomb Scorpion, with some carrion, should be able to get them to, tanking that leadership, and should be able to terror out them, although the Tomb Scorpion goes down before it does terror out them. Skeleton Horseman up on the point, and that's going to be the end of it. The Skaven just couldn't get that last second cap. Really close game. Beautiful stuff, man. That was a great game played by Anderlin. This was a tough matchup for the Skaven, and he played it about as well as could be asked, honestly. Catapults were solid, if maybe a little unspectacular. There was a Tomb Guard out there, which I did not see the entire game. I don't even know where they were. Horse Archer, 1,250, 730 here. The other ones did okay. Pretty good Horse Archer play. Skeleton Horsemen did really well. Look at that. Across the board, doubling their value, pretty much. Tomb Scorpions, you know, their value is never all that impressive. This one almost paid for itself, though. They did tear out a lot of Skaven units, though, which was very crucial to winning this game. So I definitely would say they paid off. I think you just don't bring the Dwarf Thing Menace and get the Warp Lightning Cannon out. That would have been way better than the Dwarf Thing Menace. And, instead of the Doom Flayers, get some... Honestly, just more Clan Rats, actually. Just Clan Rats and just stuff the points. Hope that you can overwhelm with cap weight. Yeah, I think that's the best that you can hope for here. One Wolf Rat's fine. I mean, they can definitely do some damage nibbling on stuff. Poison Wind Globadiers are just... I don't think Poison Wind Globes are ever going to work against the Tomb Kings. I think the Rattling Guns were needed there. Because Rattling Guns would have been a really good answer to the Tomb Scorpions. Because they can just do huge damage with just one volley. And Tomb Scorpions are not the hardiest of single entities. They do lack heavy metal HP. The real benefit of the Tomb Scorpions is how disruptive they are, and they're fairly low to the ground, so it's hard for consistent pressure to be applied to them from range, but that's why you go with the Rattling Guns, because they just need the one volley. There's going to be a moment where they're going to be able to open up and really lay into those things. Yeah, dude, the Skaven are honestly a really good faction. Skaven are strong. People always are like, oh, Skaven suck, you know, but that's really just because of their reputation from the past. In the current meta, I actually think Skaven are really solid, like, I would say they're, like, bottom, not top tier, but bottom, like, upper tier faction. The problem is that Skaven have horrifically skewed matchups. Skaven get absolutely dominated by the undead, and they struggle really badly against, like, Slaanesh and Nurgle especially. They're okay against Khorne, and, I think they actually have a good matchup against Tzeentch. If they just lose so badly to the undead factions because of the leadership problems, a good Skaven player, though, can scrap against any of the ranged mortal factions. Skaven have really good matchups against most of them, to be honest. Alright. Semis are up. Let's check for those games, if any of them are done. As soon as semis and finals are done, I'm, of course, going to be covering those, and then I'm going to have to jump off, because I just have to deal with some clerical work for the move. It's really annoying, but just, you know, an inevitability of being an adult. I will complain. I will complain about it, though. Absolutely. If you're not complaining, are you really living, you know? You did really well against the undead factions. I think of all the undead matchups, the closest one for the Skaven is the Tomb Kings matchup. It definitely is not Skaven advantaged, and I would say that the Tomb Kings have a fairly solid advantage in there. It's like 60-40 in favor of the Tomb Kings, but that's way better than like the, you know, 70-30, 75-25 of all the other ones. Vampire, yeah, Vampires are really bad against Nurgle, because Nurgle has all of the good Chaos units that are good against the Vampire Coast. on top of insane sustainability with, like, really high HP infantry, which is what Coast struggles the most into. Nurgle can just wall endlessly, and they can bring really powerful duelist characters to remove the leadership and spell casting for the Vampire Coast. That's definitely one of the tougher Vampire Coast matchups. 0-11 though is kind of insane. I would think it'd be maybe a little bit closer to like 3-8. Hey man, you know, sometimes it'd be like that. And Nurgle got buffs, so they're, again, curving upward in a really nice manner. Like I said, Nurgle went from, like, top of the bottom tier factions to probably being an upper mid tier. We just need to see more games before I can confidently make that call, but, you know, from what I have watched, from, like, other people playing and, you know, just here, they definitely look much improved. With all the end time stuff, I think they're going to be insane. They're going to be really good. Solastra is our Lord of Choice here, which is crazy against the High Elves, considering how much magic damage they have access to. You do have Caradron on the field. She's going to be really squishy here. She's got Vangeist Revenge going, Tide Call, and Ghost of the Past, of course. Kiss of the Deep is really one of the worst lore passes in the game. Just save the 100 gold and cut this. It does not do anything. 8 to 16 damage over 4 seconds is literally nothing. It's the most nothing passive in the game, probably. Night Tears getting poked by Illyrian Reaver Archers. You know, Illyrian Reaver Archers really good against stuff like this. They're just really solid. They've got really solid range at 140. Really accurate. And really good when they run out of ammo, especially against Coast, because Coast has really bad stats across the board. Illyrian Reaver Archers can just use all their ammo up, just like poking Morngulls or you know, even like whittling down the front line a little bit. I don't even hate with them. I want to use all your ammo on the deckhand mobs, but weakening deckhand mobs before pushing through the front is actually very useful, because handgunners just lose every fight in melee. They literally cannot beat anything in melee combat, so if you actually just focus down the crap stack in front of them, and then are able to push freely onto the top of the handgunners just by, you know, throwing your frontline units into the front of them and engaging them, you can kill them pretty easily. And going pretty heavy into archers against the Vampire Coast is generally a pretty good idea, because they have good range with the handgunners, but what they do lack is any kind of, like, armored protection. For any of their units. Like, you just bring enough archers out onto the field, eventually you'll be able to just, like, slowly whittle down all these undead units. Because they're just so flimsy, you know, like 15 armor or 25 at most for most of these units. 15 across the board on the whole field right now, pretty much. Ironic that the mortar crew has more armor than their frontline guys. Night Terrors have 30 armor, which again is really low. They're going for a flank, it looks like, going around the side. Night Terrors have some, they've got some missile resistance, which is something, I guess. Depth Guard on the way in. Depth Guard are okay against the High Elves. I would prefer to see the polearm variants, personally. I think they're better overall, because they can, like, actually punish the High Elf Lords or mobility and very quickly and thoroughly, because the Depth Guard polearms have crazy weapon strength with AP and a great bonus versus large. It's in the 20s, I believe. Which can be pretty overwhelming, even for, like, good duelists like Caradron and Eltharion to sit on top of. On top of that, they have pretty good generalist stats too, so they can beat plenty of stuff like Ship's Company and Lotherns without too many issues. You know, the dual weapons will be able to clean all of those infantry units up way easier and faster. I just don't know how much mileage you're going to get out of the dual weapons on average. Especially since Mourngul's already filled the anti-infantry role. It's another reason that I think the Depth Guard polearms are a little bit better. Because, you know, you've got deckhand mobs with polearms, but they're really, really bad. They really don't do much of anything. They're really just, like, advanced deckhand mob bodies, you know. They can, you know, sit on flanks and just be an annoying deterrent with their charge reflection and defense, charge defense versus large. If you really want some punching power, and something that can kind of at least bare minimum get within threatening range of your opponent's single entities or like cavalry mobility, you need the Depth Guard with the halberds. Mourngul's gonna be following up with the Depth Guard. I do really like this by Stofers right now. Is this like... Never mind. We won't talk about it. Anyways, it's a funny name. The Night Terrors and the Mournguls are all chilling. Vermeil is doing a really good job of just being patient. I mean, he's got the double cap right now. I mean, yeah, the High Elves have the ticket lead right now. It's rapidly approaching the point that the Undead are going to start taking a lead. And as long as they're patient, they really don't need to do much of anything right now. They can just have their mortars do what they can to poke. These deck choppers getting hurt, shot up pretty badly right now. I think the last time we saw Vermeil, yeah, Vermeil was playing against Nurgle, and he lost the game partially because the deck droppers were getting lit up over and over again. I do actually really like the positioning of some of these infantry units in the trees. I don't really think Lotherns should be in here. If you really want to cut this side of the field off, just bring some Silverins. Silverins would be pretty good to have. And Silverins actually hold up okay against Depth Guard because they have decent armor and they've got really high melee defense. Silverins have 50-something melee defense, which slows the Depth Guard's DPS down just enough to give you some time to bring out something a little more dedicated to go grind those guys down. Sorry guys, I gotta eat some Brussels sprouts. I'm hungry as hell. I've been going really hard to get all these casts done, and I'm starving to death now. Very slow, very patient game. Night Terror's getting poked a little bit by the Storm Riders. Actually, really good positioning here. You know, there's nothing to punish this blob right now. Xalostra is a million miles away with her Tidecall and Vangeists. So, as the Mournguls come in to try and get on top of the Rangers, the Storm Riders just move up and position themselves in the middle of this unit and get their anti-large poking sticks and push off the Night Terrors with a little bit of bow fire, a little inaccurate and getting obstructed by trees, yeah, but still whittling down the Night Terrors a decent amount. Yeah, Bomber Bastards can't do stuff like this. It's just a really bad idea. It's a completely unnecessary loss there.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I mean, there's really no reason to get antsy here as the Vampire Coast. This is about as good of a position as you could possibly want to be in right now. Like, your opponent has given up the objectives, you've grabbed a lead, you've actually got some sneaky units positioned around that you could use as the front lines start to collide. You could use these Mournguls to kind of flank into the back of a lot of these units and get some terror routes going, and maybe even completely crack open the one entire side of your opponent's formation. Which would give you a huge advantage. Mournguls going after the Illyrian Reaver archers, getting on top of them and doing some damage to them.
Prepare yourselves!
Smacking them up a little bit. Shade Wraith Gunners opening up, finally getting some shots off. Man, 168 value just for one volley is pretty nice, dude. I mean, they don't cost that much, really, either. The real weakness of the Shade Wraith Gunners is just, like, the low HP pool and, you know, just brutal vulnerability to magic damage. There's not really any magic to punish them, though. Eltharion has Apo and Arcane and Forging. Two really good spells, but one I would really recommend mixing in that Eltharion can use to great effect is Soul Quench. Soul Quench would absolutely ruin the Shade Wraith Gunners, and it's got a crazy fast range. 300 meters out is well outside the distance that the Shade Wraith Gunners can hit you at. They've got 245. You can sit well back of them and just slowly whittle them down with some well-aimed Soul Quenches. Scurvy Dog's moving in, and it's worth bringing the Soul Quench just because Shade Wraith Gunners are a pretty common unit for the Undead to bring in. Vermeil has almost 3,000 supplies in the bank. He's only got a few units that he can summon out. Man, I mean, the High Elves are getting into a similar position. The High Elves, I think, are maybe taking a little too long at this point. They really should, like, think about pulling the trigger here. Sooner rather than later. The Illyrian Reavers have been poking and doing some okay damage, but they've really not been whittling anything down, like, consistently and effectively enough to really make any kind of genuine impact here. Put the Mournguls here a little bit. The Polearm and the Deckhand Mob have taken a little bit of damage. That 300 gold value lead really means absolutely nothing right now. I don't know why Caradhran is here, to be honest. I really don't think you need, like, double single entity to, like, do anything to the coast. Because Eltharion by himself should be able to beat up on just about any of the Lord options. And he can fight Silostra on a Rotting Leviathan just fine. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You know, there's some things about this High Elf build that I do like, but I just don't know if the formulation is quite right. I don't think you need Lion Chariots. I do really love the Oceanids. Ship's Company are a fairly solid unit. They're certainly not atrocious, but they do leave a lot to be desired in terms of grinding through all these zombies and whatnot. They don't really hold the line well either. You got Depth Guard and Mournguls engaging, but Caradhran is doing some good damage in the forest here. Even though he's losing a lot of stats, he's still got a good bonus versus large. Mournguls are really not built for this kind of an engagement right now. There's some spears underneath them. There's two really powerful single entities. I think maybe the High Elves should have pulled the trigger in the forest here a little sooner to get in here and try and do some good damage. When the Mournguls moving out, Vermeil with a really good ambush spawn here now. The Mournguls could just tear out this Illyrian Reaver off and start taking this point. He could get a sneaky triple cap and just immediately win the game. I mean, the High Elves have literally taken so long that I don't know if they're going to have time to kill anything here. Yeah, and look at the Lion Shears, bouncing right off the front of this Deckhand Mob. I think they just got a really scattered charge, and now they're just kind of stuck. And I think Stouffer's just has too much to micro and not enough time to work with to do what he needs here. He needs the triple cap, actually, and there's an entire army just camped on this middle point and on the number one for the most part. Although Vermeil could be a little bit better about positioning multiple units on this point. actually doesn't have that much on his back objective right now. Handgunners are getting poked down. I mean, the Lothern Sea Guards move in, and they're, you know, putting in some work, helping to wear those guys out pretty fast. Morngulls are killing the Illyrian River Archer that is on the number 3 right now, and the High Elves do win very decisively in the forest. They lose a bunch of crappy infantry and whatnot, but Caradhran and Altharin are looking pretty good. Oceanids, the Company of the Calendarian, they're all getting into a pretty nice fight. Fireborn, I think, is a little expensive also. Like, they're a decent unit against Morngulls, but I think you could cut the Fireborn and just go more archers, to be honest. You know, a lot of people really value mobility, but ironically enough, I think mobility into the Vampire Coast has a drop-off point where it becomes a liability rather than a benefit. And I actually think that what Coast really struggles against more than anything is just like infantry pushes. Like really tightly controlled infantry aggression is something that the Coast just doesn't have good answers to, because their big single entities are a little vulnerable to stuff like Eltharion and whatnot. You can also always throw out just like massive like waves of archers to just like poke down the rotting leviathans. One damage is one damage, right? You get enough Lothern Sea Guard poking at the rotting leviathans, and you'll kill them eventually. Honestly, a really bizarre game. High Elves just took way too long to start the fight. I mean, they cowered away from any kind of contact in its entirety. Especially when you have a limited number of units as opposed to what your opponent is throwing out. You know? Coast had an entire 8 additional units over the High Elves, and the High Elves just were not using those single entities aggressively at all. Like, you don't want to YOLO them into the range of a bunch of guns, but trying to find the, Morngulls that your opponent has around and going after the Depth Guard hiding in the trees, you definitely could have just taken some kind of engagement so that you can use your healing and your magic a little bit to kind of, like, whittle some stuff down and, give yourself some room to work with. Not enough archers in this army, and, yeah, to be honest, a little too much mobility. I mean, all you need are Illyrian Reaver archers. Get rid of the Lion Chariot and the Fireborn. The only chariot that's good against Coast is the Razorgore Chariot, because it's so freaking fast and impossible to stop. The Razorgore Chariot has, charge speed animations that, like, bump it and its mass into a range of like brutal aggression on the charge that is really hard to stop. That's the only one that I would recommend against these guys. Alright. We should have... Yep, we got our finals going on right now. So let's knock out our semifinals games, and then we can catch up with everything else. Yeah, let's skip any duplicate files. So what do we have? Counts, Coast, and then Cathay Tomb Kings. We already saw, I think it was, yeah, Welsh beat Meat already in brackets, so they're getting a rematch in semifinals here. It's going to be really interesting to see who's going to come out on top in this one. Ooh, very different build for Meat here. Going for a lot of peasants. I really don't know about peasant long spears against Tomb Kings. I cannot see being very effective. Only a few Jade Warriors. He's got double Jade Lion, which is cool. they could be pretty impactful. I actually don't know about a Shingon Lord. I think people are not using Zhao Ming enough anymore. Like, Zhao Ming in dragon form can definitely fight a Kemrian War Sphinx. And he's got enough mass and damage output to threaten Chosen of the Gods and be able to push away from the Skeleton Horseman response. But we'll see. I mean, there's a good chance that all these units perform way better than I'm expecting, but I'm a little... I don't know, I'm a little hesitant of this Cathay composition. It is very vulnerable to terror routes, and honestly, just the Chosen of the Gods, to be quite frank. I mean, you can just use the Chosen of the Gods to whittle down the Jade Warriors and the Iron Hail Gunners. And then you can just leave the Kemrian War Sphinx to just absolutely trounce the rest of the front line. And you know, the Jade Lions, they're like a solid unit, but they're gonna have a hard time locking down the Kemrian War Sphinx, which has some absolutely absurd mass. It's got 5,500. And the Jade Lions only have 2,000. So Jade Lions, what could very likely happen is they go running after the War Sphinx to try and like get the 2v1, which they would probably win. But they'll probably just get caught in Skeleton Horsemen. That's because Skeleton Horsemen have enough mass to be able to surround these things and keep them from being able to maneuver. Tiger Warrior Stalkers coming in, really cool. Eyes of the Desert coming out for Welsh. Yeah, what are the Skeleton Horsemen doing here? Little bit of a messy push through. Two of the horsemen are gonna get around on the, the Peasant Long Spears moved out of the way a little bit and actually leave room for all three of these horsemen to push around the entire flank. Oh my god, what the hell just happened there? Oh, a sandstorm ruining the Iron Hails and the Bandits of the Silver Road. Oh, I can't believe I missed that, dude. That is beautiful. And yeah, look at the archers getting run down by the horsemen. Dude, all of the harmony is removed from the front line. And, wow, that might be a record. This might end up being a record loss for the, for Cathay. All of their, yen harmony is off the field already. Like, one's shattered over here. All these other guys back here are getting run down. They've taken ridiculous damage already. I know Cathay has a value lead. That is a very false, inflated value lead, though, if I have ever seen one. Tiger Warriors, Stalkers. Oh, they got some of their little, I don't remember what these things are called. They use these little, like, rounded discs as their throwing weapon. It does really good damage. There's a historical analog to those things. That Sikhs used to use all the time, if I'm not mistaken. The name of it is not coming to my head right now, but it is like a real historical weapon. From all indications, you know, semi-effective. Anyways, Skeleton Horse Archers running down the Tiger Warrior Stalkers. Tiger Warriors got some okay value, but they're really not holding up too well. Oh, they got their shots off in the Eyes of the Desert, but the eyes just rotate away because they've got, you know, slightly superior speed. And, you know, you can always just replace some crappier units. Just keep these guys occupied. Doing a good job of poking and prodding with the Horse Archers here. Eyes of the Desert blasting the Jade Lions down really well here. Those poisonous laser eyes are just vicious against large targets, man. Good call to land Onyx Crowmen on these guys. Onyx Crowmen are reasonably effective against the Sepulchral Stalkers, because they have pretty good aggressive damage output, even though they lack AP. Sepulchral Stalkers are just really awful in melee combat. They have a really hard time peeling for themselves, so... we are seeing some good effect on target right now, but Jade Lancers are getting hit by some really brutal magic. That is Usirian's Incantation is just gnarly, and the Cimmerian War Sphinx is clearing up a lot of bodies right now, and it's bullying the Jade Lancers, or the Jade Warriors here. Jade Lancers are terror routing at a very inopportune moment. They're quite healthy, too. And yeah, I mean, Peasant Long Spears are just not good enough cap weight to get on these points. Sepulchral Stalkers do go down. Eyes of the Desert get ruined by the Tiger Warriors, Peasant Long Spears, and the Onyx Chroman pressure, but they blob up real bad against Kotep in a Sandstorm. And he drops another huge one here. Clearing out the Onyx Chroman. Peasant Long Spears taking a lot of HP damage, and Tiger Warriors, they got clipped by it a little bit, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. Ooh, but Kotep gets found by the Shugengan Lords. Shugengan Lords are pretty good combat characters. They don't have a lot of AP, but they have good, like, base weapon strength and melee attacks, so against a low armor character like Kotep, you can definitely put the pressure down on him and potentially kill him. Cimmerian War Sphinx comes over to bonk some fools on the head. Jaffs goes down. Kotep gets a very minor heal from the lore of Nehekara passive. Ooh, great Moonbird coming in. Going really hard into the single entities is Cathay here, but yeah, the single entities are not getting it done. One Jade Lion is gone. Shugengan Lord's really low. The Moonbird is going to be able to do some nice damage, but, I don't know, dude. It's a triple cap right now for Welsh. There's just no good cap weight for Cathay, to be honest. Skeleton Chariots are out now. Skeleton Chariots are really good at running down Jade Warriors and Peasants, and they're really cheap. They may not have the most mass out of all the chariots in the game, but there's extra models here, and that can make for a very difficult thing to stop, to be honest. You either want to have like the extra models of the skeleton chariots, or your chariots need to have 2,000 mass. That's like the gold standard there. Necrotect is attacking the Moonbird. Does have Vambraces, so we'll see if he's able to debuff this big beastie. Even if he just keeps it locked down while the Chosen of the Gods get shots off, that'll be enough. The Chosen of the Gods, some crazy value so far. 2,000 value just shooting against the Jade Lions and the Shugengan Lord and now the Moonbird. Very, very well done by them. Cimmerian War Sphinx with 1,500. It gets a beautiful restore from the Necrotect, who does survive, and the Moonbird has to pull back. Shugengan Lord very low. Iron Hails rally. They get one volley off, and then they immediately get run down by the chariots. The Chariot Goon Squad coming in. Eyes of the Desert back out to kill the Moonbird. I mean, why not? I mean, it is kind of what they're best at, is shooting these annoying little flyers with their little laser eyes. They're, you know, a little hard to keep within range of stuff like this, but as long as they have a clear line of sight, they're very, very accurate, and they fire crazy fast every 8 seconds with how powerful their missile is. Now, all you need is the Eyes of the Desert to ambush somebody when they're not looking, and you can get some absolutely obscene value out of them. I will say Meat has done a good job of keeping those guys under control. You know, Cathay just isn't able to hold points. It's basically GG. I mean, Meat is staying fairly even on the value, but this build was never going to be able to effectively hold points against the Tomb Kings. I mean, Peasants are just not built to fight this matchup. And yeah, the Dragon Breaths are cute, but I mean, I don't know. They haven't removed the skeletons quickly enough. You know, Dragon Breath is not quite like Burning Head. It does a little bit more consistent damage to like single units. but it doesn't have that same, like, absolutely insane potential to just completely remove an entire portion of your opponent's army, like Burning Head does. They have to really blob up for you to be able to get a punish like that. We just haven't really seen that so far. Constellation of the Dragon has to be used on Skeleton Horsemen to try and save the Shooting Gun Lord, but it's just not going to happen. Absolutely dominant win for Welsh here. Good lord. He did not blink when he saw his army. I mean, sometimes if you go for something a little bit outside the normal meta, you can throw people off their game enough to, you know, get a leg up on them, but Welsh did not panic whatsoever. He just YOLO'd his horsemen in and immediately broke all of the range tools, and then he just slowly whittled down the rest of the Cathay army. He didn't have to worry about his objectives at all because there wasn't a lot of cap weight in this army. And, I mean, the Jade Lions got a little bit of value, but they just got lit up by all the shooting. Like, Chosen of the Gods really put a damper on their parade. The Horse Archers were poking them a little bit, and Eyes of the Desert did, you know, whatever they could to try and keep things in check. Man, that is rough. That is rough. Poor Cathay. Alright, guys. Lord Lady Gaga versus Rat Vermeil here. Coast has an awful matchup against Counts, by the way. This is another one that's pretty forbidding. Really all Counts need to do is just lock down the shooting of Coast and then just outgrind them in melee. I mean, there's so much passive healing on the Counts. Like, they literally just do not care about scrapping on top of, like, all these Rotting Prometheans and whatnot. Wind of Death, the Fleet Admiral, Invocation of Nehek as well. Bomber Bats come out immediately. That's not really all that threatening, because Lord Gaga, if he really wants to, can throw out, like, a Fell Bat just to, like, keep them honest, and then it's going to be up to Vermeil to bring his own Fell Bats out to try and keep those Bomber Bats online, and then you can always just bring out Vargeist. Vargeist are not amazing against Coast, but they're solid enough, and they do really good damage to, like, Rotting Prometheans and rear-charging Mournghouls and, you know, beating up on Depth Guard is probably what they're best at, in fact. Vargeist have really, really good charge damage against Depth Guard.
Keep it from the foe.
So you bring, like, one or two, and you just get them out on the field to, like, go bully either the Flyers or those, really annoying and obnoxious, like, enemy DPS units. Enemy melee units, specifically. Just by rear charging and cycle charging them. So, Crypticals are just moving around. You got the Lamprey's Revenge up on the #1. They're gonna start pulling back now. I mean, they really don't want to be fighting the Cryptars and the White King. And then the Corpse Cart's not far behind all that, so that would be something that's just really frustrating to deal with. You get a nice little bomber volley there from the deck droppers, but Fellbats are on the way in, and they're gonna definitely push these guys back pretty quickly. Vermeil really needs to get those guys away. That's going to be a pretty nice Wind of Death. Is it overcast? It is not overcast. You've got to overcast that. Like, the AP is whatever. I mean, you're already spending 15 WOM. Why would you not spend 5 more to basically one-shot those units? That's my big question for you, Vermeil. Something that you really should keep in mind. Because, I mean, honestly, if you overcasted that, you kill a Cryptical and a Skeleton Spear. You know, it's almost 1,000 value, and you only got 292 out of this thing. You know, you get those units to crumbling, and, you know, the Corpse Cart will, like, keep them alive a little longer than most units normally would survive, but it wouldn't be enough passive healing to just guarantee their survival. Deck droppers are just getting dogpiled on by Fellbats, you know, and Vermeil's got his Fellbats out, but it's going to be a wet noodle contest up in the sky here, and it's just keeping the Saltlord Scuttlers out of this fight long enough. For the Vampire accounts, just get all their units in here. They've got, you know, not anything of really high quality other than the Crypt Horrors, but they've got the passive healing, they got the perfect vigor. Every second that the Vampire Coast spends fighting in this pit without adequate support from handgunners and the like, is more necessary damage on the Prometheans. And the Prometheans just don't really have a lot of damage buffering in here. There's one that's getting good damage buffering from this deckhand mob. The other two, and the more important of the bunch, the Lamprey's Revenge, a lot of those models are pretty brutally surrounded by Crypt Horrors and Direwolves. White King is ankle-biting the hell out of them. I love White Kings, man. I mean, can't say it enough. One of the best foot characters in the game, if not the absolute period. No contest. No question. Zam, bam, wham-ba-lam. #1 unit that just never dies in this freaking game ever. They just got so much HP and amazing stats across the board, man. Leadership is crazy high for an undead unit too, so they don't crumble. On top of having a silver shield, 90 armor, and magic attacks and Scab Scrather is one of the best abilities in the game. Really, it's an item, I guess. It's technically like an enchanted sword.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yeah, big ouch, dude. Good invo on all of these Prometheans, it looks like. Oh, actually, never mind. It's just on the Lampreys. I mean, everything here is high value enough that an overcasted invo would have been way better to use than just the single target, to be honest. Counts are getting worn down here, finally. They've been holding this point the entire time, though. They've got a nice little ticket lead. And you can see Coast is a little bit immobilized on this side of the field. They got a lot of units holding their own home point, not really contributing a whole lot. There's a huge second wave of units on the way in for the Counts. We've got some Crypt Horrors over here that they could redirect. Gaga should probably get in another Crypt Horror. Just slow push this point now. Lamprey's Revenge, struggling with the value. Oh, he does have another Crypt Horror over here. Okay, that's, you know, that's fine. As long as he gets all this support over here with all the spears and the zombies. Yep, and there's the other one going over there. The other White King's moving in. That's plenty. You've got enough to hold back a tide of, you know, deckhand mobs. I mean, deckhand mobs are super slow. They've got superior cap weight, but you can just use your zombies and skeletons to just, like, wet noodle in front of the point and just not let them touch the objective to begin with. That would be a perfectly fine way of holding it for now. The bomber mobs, or the deck droppers, I guess, they've been worn out pretty thoroughly. We got some magic going down here. Now, that's an overcasted Wind of Death, and you can see it doesn't even get, like, a truly clean, like, path onto both those units, but it puts both of them into the crumbling range, and they're just going to crumble out and be gone. They're not going to be able to do anything. Heinrich Himmler does not need to be back here, getting shot up by handgunners. He's going to drop a zombie summon here, which is nice. I guess now he could get engaged. He can just go sit on top of this deckhand mob or something and provide the Chaos Toonblade heals to everything. Or he can loop around and get on top of some of his own units. Doesn't really want to run in here exactly. Prometheans and deckhand polearms are all around him now. Not really a safe place for him to be. He just needs to be in melee, right? He's just looping back around on top of his spears and just, like, force path them into the back of this, like, skeleton spear where he can provide the heals from there. That would be adequate. Here, I guess he is getting a little bit more coverage, but he's getting real low. You really need to link him up with something that can buffer some of this damage. Krell has been used, just came out, looking to do something. I mean, Krell kind of sucks, to be honest. It's a real shame. Like, I don't know what the problem is with Krell, but he just does not swing often enough. He's got, like, really bad attack animation. efficiency. He just struggles to get into a position where he gets more than like a couple hundred value. Maybe he should just be, maybe he should just last longer as a summon or something. Maybe that would just be too much, though. I have no idea. Vargheist coming in to chase back Bomber Bats. Just another prime example of why the Bomber Bats are really bad in this matchup. Dire Packer on the way in. They didn't do much the first time around, but, yeah, man, I mean, both sides keep summoning out all these flyers. The response is just always going to be better for the counts, because they can just support with heals more. And they're keeping back, like, higher value units with, like, the deck droppers. And up to this point, it's only been Fellbats that they've been using. Now that there's a Vargheist on the field, this is something that, you know, you can farm a little value off of as the coast, but, I think that there's just not enough on the field here. It's just counts persevering through way more damage, out-healing by a country mile with the corpse cards, which have not even been touched this game, really. And then Kemmler is also running around with his Chaos Tomb Blade, giving some big heals to everything. It's just so much HP that they can just pump into all of their units, man. Although Kemmler's not in combat right now, so he's not healing. Where's he going now? Looks like he's going to the other side of this formation over here. Dropping a zombie summon here. Honestly, a really good zombie summon. Actually stopping the Deckhand Mob from potentially squeezing onto the point. Wow, yeah, look at the positioning. That's brilliant, dude. Just off the point enough that none of the Deckhand Mobs are touching. Genius play. Oh my god, and a Wind of Death gonna finish this game here. Oh, brother, ew. See, somebody read the memo on what to do with an overcasted Wind of Death and how to use it, because that was gross. That's like all the cap weight over there dead, and everything over here is just not measuring up enough. Counts with a pretty dominant win. Both semifinals games, pretty bad matchups for one side or the other. White King with 1,500 value here, absolutely brutal. Doing his thing. And, yeah, just 2 Winds of Death from Kemmler got him 1,400 value. On the other side, the Fleet Admiral Polar only got 800 value. Only 800 value. Excuse me, guys. So sorry about that. Handguns did okay. They just couldn't kill everything. It's not enough of them. And, I mean, Prometheans, you might think they would be a reasonably solid unit against counts. They are not. They cannot outlast, Cryptars. They just lose in the head-to-head, because Cryptars are, like, they're half the price of the Lampreys. They have, like, the same durability functionally. They poison the, Prometheans, too, which lowers the weapon strength on an already poor DPS unit by quite a fair margin. And they just grind forever, dude, with Corpse Guard support especially. It just sucks. I mean, this is a bad matchup. I don't know what you do to win this one. Probably go Depth Guard Rush. I mean, Depth Guard actually are really good against the counts, because they can, like, clear out all of the chaff pretty easily and quickly. And then potentially you can bring in stuff behind that to support and blast down all of the Cryptars who are a little bit too much for the Depth Guard to kill on their own. Just needs to be a little bit more effective juggling there. Alright, dude, Nightmarin'. This guy, Nightmarin', I've never seen him play before, but showing up and showing out on the counts today. Absolutely crushing it. A Chakram? There we go. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a really cool weapon in, like, a real-world setting. I mean, maybe not, like, the most practical thing in the world, but, you know, it's just always fun to see the overlap of, like, fantasy and, like, real-world, counterparts. It's one of the things that does make, Warhammer Fantasy, like, very interesting and unique. There's a lot of people, I think, are very afraid to, like, use, like, real-world analogs in their fantasy settings, because they think it's just gonna end up being, I don't know, something that it just simply isn't. I mean, it's literally a fantastical setting. Like, let's be, you know, let's be a little bit nuanced about things. I really like this Counts build. This is another really good Counts map. Counts are really good against just about everybody. Counts have a few bad matchups. Like, Khorne is a pretty bad matchup for them. Who else? High Elves are a pretty rough matchup for the Counts. Up to a certain point. Not as bad as Khorne Counts is. Khorne Counts is probably the worst matchup for the vampires, actually. I mean, I have definitely seen some people saying that it's just because people are not picking the right units as the vampire Counts. I just don't think that's the case, though. Every time I play against Counts, it feels like a really nice matchup for Khorne, and you're really only losing that one if you really fumble your plays. Honestly, Counts' only bad matchups are the Chaos factions, to be quite honest. Like, Demons of Chaos, Slanesh is really bad for Counts. Khorne is pretty bad. Nurgle is really bad, too. Especially now, after all the Nurgle buffs, probably. Against Tomb Kings and the other undead factions, it's just the fact that Counts just massively out-heal their undead counterparts. They just have absolutely nothing to fear, really. Like, you've got equally strong casters as, like, Tomb Kings and Coast. You've got better pressure onto missile pieces, and you've got, like I said, all the passive healing in the world with Corpse Carts, and Mortis Engines aren't even all that bad into the other undead factions, actually. Because you can stack heals and punish melee blobs that your opponent might try to invest into. Cryptors are really strong against all single entities that the other undead factions really want to throw out. You've got Terrorgeists, who are pretty disgusting against Tomb Kings especially, because the Strugoi Ghoul King is one of the best anti-large duelists in the entire game, like just an absolute nightmare unit to have to contend with, because he's very easy to use. He self-heals, he's got great burst damage potential with like Spirit Leech and Gaze and Gash against hero characters and lords. Whatever you can really want to throw him in against. Wow, look at this dude. The vampire Counts just immediately overrun the back objective of Welsh Lion, like crushing the units defending this point. And Welsh's the majority of his army is on the other side of the field here. He does have a huge archer line, which is absolutely dominating this Unholy Lodestone right now. But there's a little bit of tree cover, and it is getting behind the trees enough to maybe survive a couple more volleys, which might leave the Cryptors and the White Kings plenty of time to maybe lock Cetra into place and kill him. Ooh, Necropolis Knight Halberds on the way in, though. Definitely don't want Manfred getting surrounded by those guys. Fellbats coming in to occupy the attention of the archers now. 3 of the archers, or 2 of the archers are fully offline. The other ones are doing okay. No problem for the Tomb Kings, though, is this back point. There's nothing here. And there's actually quite a few Vampire Counts units locking this down. Ooh, and the Skeleton Archers are having to turn a lot of attention over to peeling Fellbats off their fellow bowmen. And in all this time, old Cetra and the Necropolis Knights, they're really getting into a scrap that they do not want to stay in. Skeleton Spears, White Kings, Cryptars aplenty. And, you know, Manfred, he's insane spellcaster. I mean, he gets free wins of magic with his sword. The recharge rate of 60% is absolutely bonkers on top of Arcane Conduit. He gets more of a rebate from life leeching. I mean, he can cast on cooldown all freaking game. Just drop an invo here, man. I mean, he's got everything that he possibly needs to kind of to start really overloading the Tomb Kings with threats here. He's pushing down a lot of the spears. It's not great that he can't get into the skeleton archers that are still here in big numbers, but he does have the scab scraths. He can definitely throw a few down here to whittle these two down to death. And then, yeah, Cetra is just so caught here. You know, the War Sphinxes are really good against, like, chaff and infantry in general, but like I said, dude, Cryptars, easily one of the best counters to mass in the entire game. I mean, they just lock you down, poison you, and they just do not let go of you. They are unbelievably relentless. It's so hard to survive the engagements against them if you get stuck on them. And that's what's happened here. I mean, the Necropolis Knights are already dead, and Cetra is not long for this world behind them. And the Skeleton Archers, they're shooting at Manfred. I think that's a huge mistake, because you're just not going to kill Manfred anytime soon. Forcing your opponent to, like, load tons of heals into the, like, Vargeist and Cryptars is, like, the best you can probably hope for. It gets a brutal breath attack, too. Awesome stuff. There's been two really good breath attacks. One went down on the Tomb Guard Halberd, and this other one on the Skeleton Archers, really lighting them up. One Skeleton Archer with 1,200 value. This one's got 800, 600 here. It's not the Archers that are letting the side down. It has absolutely been Cetra. Old buddy was not built for this matchup. You're seeing the proof in the pudding here. I really don't know what you want to run here, Lords-wise. You probably want to go as cheap as possible. Maybe even going Kalita and getting some light casters. Ooh, yeah, Kalita and a light caster, and maybe a death caster as well. Death caster to drop Spirit Leech on Manfred, and then maybe you can get a light caster to either net him or net like the Cryptars and shoot them to death before they move in and can do anything. Skeleton Horsemen against Blood Knights. Blood Knights you don't want to bring too many of in this matchup, but just one of them is just absolutely disgusting to use against all the Skeleton Horsemen, because these guys have 110 armor, crazy good stats, insane charge bonus, and a great bonus versus large. They are literally built to just grind down hordes of garbage light horsemen like this. They kill them so quickly. And there's not great ways to punish the Blood Knights either for the Tomb Kings. Like the Sphinx of Uzkef, Necro Sphinx in general are probably like the best units you can use. It's hard to use Sepulchral Stalkers against Blood Knights, because Blood Knights do outduel them in melee. You need a lot of buffering for those guys if you're going to be bringing in Sepulchral Stalkers. And Counts are just really good at compromising short-range, high DPS units. Tomb Guard Halberds have been grinding out some pretty good value, but they're just not going to be equal to the task of busting all these units up. The Unholy Lodestones have been very well positioned to be providing like maximum healing to a majority of this engagement over here. The Skeleton Archers have been slowly getting whittled down, and they're almost all offline now. There's only 2 left. Both of them pretty beat up, too. The Blood Knights are just continuing the rampage against the Horsemen. I mean, them and these Fellbats have, you know, killed 4 Horsemen now. A 5th one being feasted on, and now a 6th one being fed into the meat grinder here. You know, every time my opponent brings out a Blood Knight, and I keep trying to feed Skeleton Horsemen into them, buddy, I think you're just feeding Skeleton Horsemen to the Blood Knights at this point. I don't think they have taken basically no damage. They keep getting charged too by the Skeleton Horsemen, and the Skeleton Horsemen are taking more damage with their charge bonus active, and the Blood Knights are just standing there menacingly. Oh my god, dude. I mean, Tomb Kings, they lost their back point early. They managed to regain that and the side point, but now the toll is coming due. Not the best Gaze and Nagash in the world. Oh, I mean, it is taking models off the Kefir Guard, though, actually, so never mind. I didn't realize it was the Kefir Guard. Yeah, killing the models is way more important, then, because they can regenerate as much HP as they have models for. Actually getting rid of some of those guys is definitely huge. There's no Pestilent Breaths either, so it's not like Spirit Leech is going to be doing much to them. It's just having the White King engaged there. White Kings both getting good value. Manfred, 2,600. The Blood Knights are the 1,800. Yeah, I mean, you just have to retreat here. And Tomb Kings just lose the number 1 objective. And the Dire Wolves being used to attack the Spearmen while the Blood Knights loop around, and they're going to get on those Horsemen. That's going to be a big GG. Oh my goodness. Owie, man. Yeah, that's some good counts play right there. Cryptical's got a little bit of extra value. Man, these Skeleton Spears did pretty well too. 633 here, 593. The other two, you know, getting a little bit of value, not paying for themselves, but the other two more than made up for the lack of value on them. Wolves are just annoying. It really is these 3 heroes, and then the Crypt Horrors. Crypt Horrors are so strong here, and there is a Mortis Engine in the reserve here, which I honestly, that's just evil as hell, man. You know. I don't know who was coaching up Lord Lady Gaga before this tournament, but obviously he knows what to bring and what not to bring. And he saved the zombies for his reinforcement pool, which, I mean, is very unorthodox, but honestly I don't hate here. Because it's not like zombies are going to put a lot of pressure down on any of the skeletons or anything. They're just going to, you know, be like wasted gold in the opener. You're not saving all that much, but you can just spam them out at a reserve in massive numbers to just like walk up and tar pits. So do that to support like each of your like what you do. You get 1 zombie in and you get 1 Crypt Horror in. You get 1 zombie in, you get 1 Blood Knight in. You get 1 Fellbat in, you get 1 zombie in. You just summon a zombie in with every one of your units. You just slow walk the zombies forward, and then you just like rally back to them if your opponent is like trying to intercept your other unit. Like say your Crypt Horror is like waddling forward, and like all the Skeleton Horsemen that your opponent has are like trying to get in. You just run back to the zombie and just sit on top of those guys, so you don't get sandwiched out in the open field. Great game planning. Cetra does serve, and Nagash was weak, clearly. I mean, Cetra was able to go toe-to-toe against Nagash, but Manfred just putting him out on his shield, sending him home with absolutely nothing left in the tank. Poor guy. Let's go look at the options for the Tomb Kings. That's the last match we're going to cast today. I have to stay committed to that. I'd love to cast more, but I just can't. Before we go, though, let's see if there's anything that the Tomb Kings can do here. I mean, Khalida is a good duelist. She's quite tanky, in fact, as well. Excuse me. She's also immune to contact effects, which I think doesn't get enough due for how good it is. It means that poison doesn't affect her on a couple of other things. She's just ignoring, you know. I believe it also means she can't be imbued with, like, a flammable effect, if I'm not mistaken. She's got the Venom Staff, which actually does do some pretty good damage to, like, blobbed up positions. Venom Wave can free her up against infantry she might get stuck on, but you probably just want to run her with Tomb Strike for the extra melee attack so that she's, you know, able to consistently hit as she's engaged against those big characters, and then Venom Wave so you can just drop big shots onto blobbed up counts positions, because it does really good damage. It bursts over the top of everything like an airburst mortar. You can definitely chip some stuff down. It also does fire damage, which I don't think a lot of people realize. So extra effective against like Sternsman, and you know, mitigating healing as the flaming effect is imbued onto everything. It causes poison, which is kind of nice. Doesn't last forever, but it is something. Can't really bring the artillery. I mean, maybe... No, not even a Casket of Souls. Casket of Souls is too vulnerable. I don't think a Bone Giant's really going to work either. You could run Chosen of the Gods. I think you do want to run here. Maybe... Or maybe you could run Skeleton Archer Chariots. They've got a lot of ammo, and their missile does hit pretty hard, and they fire fast. They got a good charge bonus. I mean, the only difference between them and the Skeleton Chariot is that they have a missile, and they cost 150 gold more, which I honestly think is almost always worth paying for. I really think these Skeleton Archer Chariots are pretty much exclusively an upgrade over the Skeleton Chariots. Just because they're able to poke and skirmish. You know, you don't have to spend on Skeleton Horse Archers. You can just go like triple Chariot. You've got anti-infantry out on the field immediately. You've got poke on the field immediately. You don't have to spend on any Skeleton Chariots at that point. You can just run your spears and like some Tomb Guard. I don't know how many Tomb Guard you want. Probably actually want some Necro Warriors. The real problem here is that, you don't really have good answers to the dangled, White Kings. Like, the White Kings can just scab scrape your entire front line to death for free because nothing has armor here to really hold up against scab scrape. You know? With that in mind, maybe you want to do an Ushapti push. Maybe it's actually, like, quad Ushapti. Because, I mean, they'll struggle against, Cryptars, but if you just stick a bunch of Skeleton Spears on top and support with a few Halberds, maybe you got something going there. Cannot bring Kotep. God, dude, it's just... The Vampire Count's Lords are just better than the Tomb King's Lords. Like, all of the Tomb King's Lords are really vulnerable to the snipes from the Vampire Count's counterpart. Like, what are you really gonna do to be safe with Arkan against, Big Boy, Manfred? Like, Manfred will just Spirit Leech you right back, and then he'll heal up, and then you'll feel like an idiot, because there's nothing you can do to stop him from, just outlasting Arkan. Like, Arkan's gonna die way sooner than Manfred ever is. I don't know, maybe some kind of, like, Higher Titan cheese. Higher Titans do have, like, Spirit Leech and Shims bound to them, which is kind of nice. And it's not like your opponent can engage... Well, actually, they probably can. I think enough, yeah, enough Cryptars to be able to drag down a Higher Titan, probably. I mean, it's going to get affected by poison, because it doesn't have any immune to contact effects or anything. You probably just have to, like, run something like this, and then get Sphinx out, and hope you can bully with the Sphinx of Uskef and all these Ushapti. And then maybe, like, the Chosen of the Gods to, like, poke a little bit, and then just, like, spam Nakar Warriors or something. I mean, we saw how bad the Skeleton Horsemen were. They just were not equal to the Blood Knights, but you maybe just avoid the Blood Knights as much as possible and just use these guys for cap weight. Because this is, like, maybe one of the few matchups where Tomb Kings have... Well, no, not really. Dude, Tomb Kings literally just don't do anything better than the Counts, when you think about it. I mean, they shoot better, but you can't protect the shooting against all the summons and just sheer weight of pressure. I think your best bet is just go on this melee grind build and hoping that you can chop it all down. Apply to cast the World Championship. Nah, man, it's Conquest. That's not my speed. If it were Domination, sure, I'd love to cast, but nah, I'm good. I love the traditional RTS aspect of Domination mode. You know, like being able to summon out units and really mix and match builds a lot more freely than Conquest and land battles, I think is what makes Domination so much more appealing to me. Like, even though there's a meta in the Domination side of things, it just feels a little bit more flexible. Like, land battles and Conquest is just always ultimately, like, who's front line and, who's, like, front line and whose, single entities can kind of outlast the other side. Domination mode has, like, builds where single entities can be really good. It's got builds where all mobility is super strong. It's got builds where, like, super heavy infantry builds are absolutely dominant. And the maps are way more varied and play out a lot more differently than Conquest. Turn doesn't show values. Wait, it is Domination? No, it isn't. Really? I thought it was Conquest. I thought they announced that ages ago. Did they, like, swap it up, or did they add Domination as well? Anyways. I mean, Turin is the person who would get first dibs on that anyways, you know? I'm happy to show the values. I love seeing the values on units, man. I think it's important to do the checking and see what did and didn't work. I always try and emphasize it because I think it gives you the best idea of a good starting point for when and where value begins and ends for units, and like how they function in the game, and then reflecting on that after the fact is just smart. It's just a good, like, fundamental practice to understanding the game. So, that's why I always try to show it off. But yeah, anyways, I gotta get off, you know, it's a little later. We had a pretty good long run. It's about how long we usually go anyways, so thank you guys for showing up, showing out. Hopefully when I get moved into my new place, we can get a little bit more time to do fun things. And maybe praying US government stops being the most evil fucking bastard political system of all time. So, you know, stay tuned, guys. We'll see about it. Peace out.